seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
TotalCare's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Welcome to Thruxton Circuit. It is of course July and you join us here for the 3rd meeting of the British Truck Racing Championship season. Let's have a word with some of the drivers down in the paddock, especially Neil Yates, who joins us for his first ever British Truck Racing race. Right then, here we are with first time British truck racer Neil Yates. Now, Mr Yates, you join us from the world of recovery. Obviously, we know you're American big rigs that come to a lot of our circuits to put on a show. What on earth? Welcome to British Truck Racing.
Thank you very much. What a lovely day for it.
I know, right? The weather's not with us, but it feels like it's warming up. I can feel it clamming over us. So
I can feel me sweating off the rest of it. It's raining internally.
Raining internally. So let's go back to the beginning then. What on earth persuaded you to get involved with British Truck Racing? What did you see in it and thought, yeah, that's a bit of me, that?
I've always wanted to. It's just the truck thing, the speed thing, and after sponsoring people for several years, now's the time. Now's the time to put everything into action, and here we go.
So, how long have you been recovery? Because obviously, we've seen you about the roads of the south quite a lot.
Yeah, 35 years doing recovery and transport, and yeah, 1 month in the making to get the truck on the road.
I heard it was quite a battle. So, tell us a bit about the truck. What's the heritage that you can talk about?
The truck originally was Steve's, I think from the FIA Championship 8 or 9 years ago, and then Bowlers bought it off of him, and then we secured the deal, took the truck off of Bowlers, and within the last 4 weeks we've undergone major surgery, transformation, and here we are today.
Been quite a lot of work done. I mean, it looks fantastic. What made you go for the DAF?
We are an avid DAF fan. At the 99% of our fleet is DAF trucks, so we couldn't really have anything different.
No, you haven't. No, the interview's more important. You've got 2 hours till the race.
Okay, so yeah, the DAF was the obvious choice.
Well, that's fantastic, and it's interesting to see a DAF because they're not hugely common in the series. We've got a lot of MANs, and obviously the DAF. It really stands out. Are the lights important? Do they work?
The lights are amazing. These are all compliments of our specialist sign crew at Channel Commercials. So yes, we had to make it as authentic as possible.
It does look interesting. I'm hoping we can maybe sort some LEDs out in there later in the season.
We'll try that especially for you.
So one very important question. Obviously this is your first truck race. Have you done any racing at all before?
Not a single thing. This was the first time out on a racetrack other than the yards test.
Wow, so this is going to be a memory for you. This is going to be a big experience for you. What are you hoping to achieve? What's your main target for the race that's upcoming?
Well, we'll just keep up with the others, and all we can do is progress.
Progress, that I like that. You heard it here first. Progress, ladies and gentlemen. Well, on behalf of everybody here at Truck Sport UK and the British Truck Racing Championship, welcome, and good luck with your first race.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a pleasure being here.
Neil Yates down here at Thruxton Paddock.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Neil. So we're down here in the garages, well, tent garages, with Bradley Smith qualifying second. Wow, you've got to be impressed with that, especially given the rather slippy conditions we see this morning at Thruxton.
Yeah, definitely. It was very, very tricky conditions. My first time here in the wet in a new truck, and just putting a solid lap. Over the moon, my best ever qualifying position. So bring on the first race.
You truly are up with the big boys now. I mean, not that anybody ever doubted you, but you are showing them what you've got.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's good. My little time I've had in the truck and little seat time, it's good to be up there with them, and just keep pushing, keep learning. Hopefully we can get faster and faster.
So how many times have you actually been to Thruxton in the past?
Only last year in this truck, and then now back in this year, second time. Brilliant circuit, I love it. It's good, fast.
So all new experiences. And one last question to ask, which we're asking all the drivers this weekend. Can you remember your first ever truck race?
Yeah, it's only a few years ago, so yeah, it's quite fresh in my mind, but yeah, I can remember.
How did that go for you? What was it? Where was it? How did it go?
Donington Park. It was in COVID 2020, and it was scary to say that. And I'd never driven a lorry before. It was hard to guess the width when he's out. I remember the first time I overtook Craig Evans, and I was like, am I going to hit him? I couldn't judge the truck, and it's good, brilliant, love this.
Which is different to most experienced drivers, because in that situation they probably would have hit them. Oh, listen, well, Bradley, thanks very much. Well done on the second place qualification. Absolutely brilliant. And good luck in the first race of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully we can keep on the tarmac and put on a good show.
I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be fine. Bradley Smith, ladies and gentlemen.
Here at the Thruxton Circuit in Hampshire. We have got a fantastic show of racing with the British Automobile Racing Club for you over the course of the next 2 days. It is Convoy on the plane. Not planes as in the aircraft that fly into the airfield here at Thruxton, but on the plains of the south of England. Everything trucking is celebrated here this weekend. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action over the course of no fewer than 20 motor races across the course of the weekend, headlined of course by the British Truck Racing Championship, and they'll be out very shortly for their first of 5 races across the course of this weekend. We then resume after a 45-minute lunch break with the first of our car races. The Convoy Tyres BMW Championship enters its latest round of the season. Then we're followed by some cars we've not seen on BARC TV before. The Club Sport category of the Mini Challenge, sponsored by AirTech Motorsport. They have a couple of races across the course of the weekend. Then it's the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. Not as identical as possible. Hyundai Coupe is out in that one. Then the first of 4 Caterham sports car races from the Morphy Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 135 category. That's followed by another race of the British Truck Racing Championship, and then the first of 3 races this weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They effectively have 2 heats and a final across the course of the weekend. There's another race coming up for the Convoy BMW Championship towards the end of the programme, and we end with a race for the other Caterham classes, the Sigma 150 and Sigmax engined cars, to conclude day 1 here at Thruxton. We'll see all those classes out tomorrow as well, with the exception of the Convoy BMWs, but instead we'll have the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship in attendance here at Thruxton tomorrow. But this weekend is all about trucks and truck racing. It's the first of 5 races coming up very shortly for the British Truck Racing Championship. It's their 3rd weekend of the season. We've already been to Brands Hatch and to Pembrey in South Wales this year. And the starting grid will be lining up very shortly indeed. It's a familiar face on pole position for race number 1. Fastest in qualifying was the 7-time consecutive champion Ryan Smith, and he'll lead the Division 1 grid in his Daimler Freightliner with a lap of 1:46.308 in the qualifying session earlier this morning. Slightly damp conditions out there at Thruxton at the moment. Hopefully the rain is going to hold off for our day at the races. So Ryan Smith on pole, and it's his namesake alongside him, young gun Bradley Smith in the number 46 MAN. His best ever qualifying effort, only about 0.3 of a second off Ryan Smith's time. Second row of the grid, number 69 David Jenkins with his MAN, and the number 7 10 times champion and 1-time European champion Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Recently celebrated a special birthday as well, Stuart Oliver. Row 3 is Stuart's son Michael Oliver, number 12 at the wheel of his MAN, had a win at Pembrey last time out, and alongside him will be Stephen Powell, number 3 in his MAN, the Brands Hatch local. The 4th row, number 14, good qualifying effort by John Bowler in his MAN TGX, his first season in Division 1 for the more powerful, more modified trucks. Alongside him, number 68 of Craig Reed in his Iveco. The only one of the Reed brothers here this weekend. Simon Reed busy with business commitments, so not able to race this weekend, sadly. The 5th row will be number 95 Ricky Collett in his MAN, alongside number 92 Simon Faulkner. And on row 6, 41 Simon Cole hopefully is there. He had some problems in qualifying this morning. We didn't see number 86 Tom O'Rourke out in qualifying either, the Scotsman. So we'll wait and see if he's there at the back of the Division 1 grid. Last of the Division 1 trucks just making their way out of the assembly area now. Then there's a gap and we'll get the Division 2 trucks headed up by number 22 Paul Rivette with his MAN, alongside the Division 2 points leader number 5 Adam Bint in his Volvo. Second row Division 2 will be number 10 Craig Evans in his MAN, alongside the number 6 of John Powell in the DAF. And the third Division 2 row, there's Tom O'Rourke, number 86, but we don't seem to have Simon Cole, so it looks like his truck has sadly let him down in qualifying. Behind John Powell we will have number 28 Gentleman Jim Bennett in his Seddon Atkinson, and the number 33 we saw at the back of the grid, newcomer Neil Yates, the recovery company boss in the ex-Stephen Powell and John Bowler DAF. His first ever truck race, a daunting prospect on this slippery Thruxton Circuit. Looking back from Simon Faulkner's Iveco, the number 92 truck. That's an ex-Simon and Craig Reed Iveco. As we say, no Simon this weekend, and unfortunately, some of you may have seen, we are missing Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, who got his first ever win in Division 1 at Pembrey last time out. Unfortunately, while visiting the Isle of Man TT, Jock Borthwick and his wife were involved in a motorcycle accident, and Jock is out of racing for the foreseeable future due to injury, so we wish him all the very best for a full recovery. We hope to see him back racing in the 2023 season. Jock Borthwick is raising money this season, of course, for the My Name's Doddy campaign, started by Scottish rugby star Doddy Weir in aid of motor neurone disease research, and his unofficial mascot is here this weekend, Holly Brownsell. We've seen her doing her laps of the truck racing circuits on her bicycle, and she'll be doing an extra lap this weekend. She normally does 2 laps of each circuit on her bike, but this weekend she'll do an extra lap in support of Jock Borthwick and his recovery. So best of luck to Holly for that. We'll see her out at the end of the day after racing is concluded. The truck's coming up to the grid then behind the pace truck. It is Ryan Smith in pole position in that beautiful Daimler Freightliner, the 7 times consecutive champion. The marshals and the teams will greet them on the grid. Let's thank all our race marshals, the Orange family. We couldn't go racing without our volunteer marshals. So there's the grid confirmed then. Ryan Smith on pole by just over 0.3 of a second from Bradley Smith, the young gun. No relation to Ryan. Certainly his best ever qualifying effort at the wheel of his MAN. Only in his early 20s is Bradley Smith. Actually started racing trucks before he was old enough to drive an HGV on the road in the UK. Second row, David Jenkins, the former champion in number 69 with his MAN, the man from Stafford, alongside number 7, Stuart Oliver. Last week celebrated his 60th birthday. So he's officially an old man, according to a certain presenter who is with us here today. Yes, I've dropped you in it there, Pointy. Row 3, number 12, Michael Oliver with the MAN. First win of the season coming last time out at Pembrey, alongside Stephen Powell, who's still looking for his first win of the season, the man from Kent. His best results, a couple of third places at Pembrey last time out. Well, Ryan Smith, so far this year, has had a total of 6 wins. 3 at Brands Hatch, 3 at Pembrey, but the last 2 races at Pembrey he failed to finish. Some contact in race 4 and mechanical problems in race 5. So he's only a few points ahead in the championship so far this season. Just looking at the points chart, he's only 6 points ahead of Stuart Oliver, the number 7 truck. Stuart Oliver's had a few wins this season as well. He had 2 at Brands Hatch. Had to make a pit stop in race 3 at Pembrey and finish down the order, but a couple of seconds and a third there. So he's second in the points. David Jenkins sits third. He's yet to win this year. Bradley Smith up there in 4th place in the points. He's really been the revelation of Division 1 so far this season, has young Bradley. Man from Gravesend in Kent. He's only 23. Best result of a 2nd place in that final race at Pembrey behind Michael Oliver. Craig Reed in the Iveco sits 5th in the points. So you see the Division 2 grid. That's headed up by Paul Rivette. He's 3rd in their points chart at the moment. Adam Bint in the older Volvo White Aerodyne, the bonneted truck, sits in the lead of the points. 8 points clear of John Powell in the Dutch-built DAF. And there at the back of the field, our newcomer Neil Yates in his DAF CF85. The recovery company boss. We've seen his trucks recovering crashed race trucks at many events over the years. Of course, recovery was certainly needed 2 years ago here at Thruxton. We had a couple of big accidents. We saw Tom O'Rourke have a huge smash down at the complex, and Ricky Collett end up rolling his MAN over. Hopefully no repeat of that here today. 1 non-starter, no Simon Cole. Unfortunately, the white and pink number 41 MAN. He had problems at Pembrey with that truck as well and had to withdraw after the first race. And sadly, it looks like his MAN has not even got that far this time, so there's a gap at the back of the Division 1 grid. This will be a 15-minute race. Rolling start behind the pace truck. The grid is clearing here on the Thruxton Circuit, the fastest circuit in the UK. Take you round a guide to the lap as they go round behind the GT Tyres MAN pace truck. Let's thank all the partners of the British Truck Racing Championship. Of course, they run on HVO fuel this season as well. Cleaner and greener biofuel. Partners of the championship include TRP Parts, Road Transport Media, publishers of Truck and Driver magazine, among others. TRP Parts for trucks and trailers, lubricants, consumables, everything else to do with trucks. MV Commercial as well. That's Tom O'Rourke's company, supplier of new and used trucks for sale in the UK. Vision Track, makers of video telematics and vehicle data systems. Also, Freyhouf Trailers, Total Care vehicle lifts and testing equipment. GT Tyres, I've mentioned, also MAN Truck and Bus, and Dines Motor Group, accident recovery and management. They're the partners of the British Truck Racing Championship for the 2023 season, and we thank all of them for their support. It is nearly time to go racing then here at Convoy on the Plain. Thanks to those who have got in touch via the feed so far. Hello to Carl Britchford, Dave Cross, Club Racing UK, look them up on Facebook. Henry Capel, James Boyle. Also to Smyrny, who's watching from Spain. Carl Dance, David Taylor, Mark Nairn and a few others. Nathan Shaw says, come on Dave Jenkins. Gareth Burford, he's cheering on Paul Rivett in Division 2 in his MAN. He's qualified on pole. We've got a problem, I'm told, for Tom O'Rourke, number 86. Now, we didn't see Tom set a sign in qualifying, so it looks like further problems possibly for his MAN. That's the reason for the delay. The team out onto the grid, so the start is delayed. We'll be underway as soon as we can with our first truck race of the day. The foreground there, the number 5 of Adam Bint, Division 2 points leader with his Volvo. That was the first truck to use the HVO fuel in the championship. Mark Nairn says, yes, I remember watching Paul Rivett in the Renault Clio UK Cup. Multiple champion in that division was Paul before switching to truck racing. Bit of a step up, isn't it? Literally. Do leave us a comment and a like on the stream if you are watching. You notice some fluid has been spilled on the grid there. We think that's come from Tom O'Rourke, but I think hopefully that's just a bit of water and won't make the track even more slippery, because it's fairly damp and slippery offline as it is. So the 1 minute board has been held aloft. The grid is being cleared. Looks like we are about to get underway. Big crowd in attendance here at Thruxton. Certainly the trucks are one of the biggest crowd pullers around the UK circuits. And the GT Tyres MAN pace truck now leads them off. Here we go. Green flag waves. Rolling lap gets underway. Looks like we got us a Convoy. Convoy on the plane, that is. I'm not going to sing the song, don't worry. Ryan Smith lights it up a bit off the grid there, trying to get some heat into the tyres as they head out towards the first corner at Allard. Second corner is Green, named after Andy Green, the World Land Speed record holder. Several of the corners on this Thruxton Circuit named after British holders of the land speed record. They head into the complex. 3 corners: Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. The right, left and then the right again. Still pretty damp off the racing line, as you can see. And out of Seagrave, it's out into the country on the back of the circuits. Through towards Noble and then to Village. Kimpton Village is just next to this circuit, and one of our racers in the BMW Championship, Jamie Sturgis, lives in Kimpton Village, literally next door to the circuit here at Thruxton. There's the MAN of Paul Rivett, leading Division 2 on the grid. He's currently 3rd in their points chart. Watch out for John Powell in the DAF as well, had a good weekend at Pembrey. Can anyone stop Ryan Smith looking for win number 7 of the season in the British Truck Racing Championship? Bradley Smith alongside him. There's Neil Yates at the back in the DAF. Good luck to him on his debut. Alongside Gentleman Jim Bennett in the Seddon Atkinson, the oldest man in the championship. Great to have Jim back this year. He's been missing for a couple of years. The 73-year-old from Suffolk. A little bit of steam there from the water-cooled brakes on the number 5 of Adam Bint. These 5-ton beasts with their near 1,000 horsepower engines certainly take some stopping. As they head through Church Corner, the fastest corner in the country. Then back along towards the slight rise up Woodham Hill, and then towards the club chicane. Fine sight they make, parading around the Thruxton circuits. Plenty of show trucks on the infield, along with plenty more attractions here at Convoy on the plain as well. I can see wipers going. There may well be rain coming down again. This is going to make things interesting. Ryan Smith, the man from Nottinghamshire, in the Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner on pole, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. Bradley Smith alongside him in the number 46 MAN. Through the club chicane. Certainly gets very tight indeed, as you can see through there. It's tricky for cars, that one, never mind trucks. Here we go then, Convoy on the Plain 2023 about to get underway. Race 1 for the British Truck Racing Championship. The pace truck into the pit lane. The red lights are on above the start line. When they go out, we will be racing. Here we go. The power comes on and they head down towards Allard for the first time. Stuart Oliver with a decent start from the second row, but it's Ryan Smith who's got the lead. Side by side. Look at Michael Oliver coming through on the inside. He's had a super start from the third row of the grid. It's almost 3 wide for second place. 2 wheels on the grass for Stuart Oliver, also for Stephen Powell. They're up towards the complex for the first time. Paul Rivette leading Division 2. Ryan Smith's clear in the lead as they head into the right-hander for the first time. Side by side almost for second. Bradley Smith has held his second place. David Jenkins alongside Michael Oliver in the 12. Are they all going to make it through the complex? John Bowler sideways in the number 14. Could lose out to Craig Reed as they come through the right-hander at Seagrave. And they've all made it through the first few corners. Okay, that's great to see. Ricky Collitz, just this point of the circuit is where he rolled his truck a couple of years ago. Ryan Smith, look at him throwing that truck around as they head out onto the back of the circuit for the first time. Bradley Smith in second, Michael Oliver third, then it's David Jenkins. What a great start Michael Oliver had there. Out into the country they go through the right-hander at Village, then up towards the ultra-fast Church corner. They'll be full out at 100 miles an hour at this point of the circuit. John Bowler's up there in fifth, then Craig Reed. Stuart Oliver, that little grassy moment he had has dropped him right back. He's down to about 7th place. Away go Ryan and Bradley Smith. First and second, Craig Reed sideways off the curb. Holds it together. A spectacular first lap here at Thruxton. Up towards the club chicane for the first time. David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN having to defend from the number 14 Rochdale LGV MAN of John Bowler. Then it's Craig Reed, Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell, Ricky Collitz side by side with Simon Faulkner. You won't get 2 trucks through there side by side. There's contacts. I said you won't get 2 of them side by side through there. Ricky Collitz saves it, but here comes Tom O'Rourke. He's going to go past them both. We're on board with Faulkner in the 92. Paul Rivette, Division 2 leader, comes up alongside. John Powell is through into second in the number 6 in the category. Looks like they're all round the first lap okay. That's what we like to see. Ryan Smith leading by 2 seconds already ahead of Bradley Smith and Michael Oliver. Stuart Oliver trying to fight back, chasing down Craig Reed in the number 68 Ivico Stralis, the man from Stoke, the only representative of the Reed family here this weekend, with Simon busy with work commitments. Chasing John Bowler, looking for his best finish in Division 1, moved up from Division 2 last season. Out onto the back of the circuit they head once again. The best John Bowler's had this year is a couple of 8th places. Michael Oliver going superbly in the number 12. He's only just over a second off Bradley Smith. Look at them sideways there through the back of the circuit. This is full out 100 miles an hour. They are electronically limited to 100 miles an hour race trucks. On the road, of course, they're limited to 56. There's Stephen Powell who's dropped back. Ricky Collitz a bit smoky there, just ahead of Tom O'Rourke. That's the battle for 9th place. Behind them is Simon Faulkner, Paul Rivette and the rest of them. On board with Faulkner, there's the number 22 behind him of Rivette. Charging Woodham Hill towards the club chicane for the second time. 11.5 minutes of this race to go. Wipers working away, so there's still a bit of rain in the air. The Napa Auto Parts MAN looking to challenge Adam Bint for the Division 2 title this year. Division 2 very open indeed this season. Paul Rivette, 2 wins at Pembrey. This is the first race at Brands Hatch and only able to take a couple of podiums, so he's slightly on the back foot as he goes through the season. Up the inside there, Simon Faulkner challenging Tom O'Rourke. It's very sideways indeed, Simon Faulkner. And O'Rourke, the Scotsman, just about holds him off. There's Bint chased by Craig Evans a little bit further back. Jim Bennett and Neil Yates, the newcomer, have dropped away slightly. Ryan Smith leading. He's increased his lead by another 1.3 seconds on that last lap. Simon Faulkner dodging about on the tail of Tom O'Rourke as they go through the complex. 2 years ago, Tom O'Rourke had a big accident at that point on the circuit. Covered to race again at the start of the following year. Craig Reed all over the back of John Bowler. This is the battle for 5th position. The way they're throwing these trucks around like rally cars on this damp surface. So spectacular to watch. I'm reminded of the great Swedish driver Kurt Göransson, former European champion who drove logging trucks on icy roads in Sweden for a living and learnt to drive his race truck as sideways as possible. It used to be a joy to watch when the European Championship used to visit Donington and Silverstone. Of course, a couple of British drivers now in the European Championship, even though sadly it doesn't visit the UK anymore. John Newell is one, Mark Taylor is another, Jamie Anderson as well, the ex-rally driver. Through the club chicane they come. Bradley Smith still second, David Jenkins closing up on Michael Oliver, then this fight for 5th. And then the Division 2 battle, there's 4 of them now, line astern. Paul Rivetta a little bit wide on the entry there. John Powell under fire from Adam Bintz and Craig Evans behind. Perfect view from Simon Faulkner's number 92 truck looking back at the Division 2 battle. What's Ryan Smith's lead this time now? He's increased it by over another second. Fastest lap for Ryan Smith, 1:45.635. He leads by nearly 4.5 seconds. There he is, and Michael Oliver's gone wide. Coming into the complex, just understeered wide there. David Jenkins will try to go through for 3rd position. He's up alongside, he'll have the inside line for Seagrave. And the MAN goes up to 3rd, but only just. Michael Oliver's not giving way. He has to now. And Jenkins up to 3rd. That's lost him a bit of time to Bradley Smith, who's going superbly up there in 2nd place. They disappear out of Noble up towards Village. Here comes the 68 on the inside. That's Craig Reed. He's going to take Michael Oliver as well. That slight loss of momentum from going off at the complex, and he's falling back. Now, is he going to hold off his father Stuart? Well, Stuart's not hanging around. He's going to try and take both of them. 3 wide through Church Corner. You can't do that in cars, never mind trucks. Goodness gracious. Something's got to give here. Look at this, the fastest part of any race circuit in the UK, and Craig Reed's held the place. Superb. Craig Reed should take up rallying with form like this. Look how sideways he was there. I don't know how they got through there unscathed. You can't get 3 cars wide on that part of the circuit, never mind 3 trucks. So Stuart Oliver is now up into 6th place. There's our newcomer, 33 Neil Yates. He's still pushing on at the back of the field, just learning the truck, learning the circuits. So Craig Reed is now 5th, Stuart Oliver 6th. Michael Oliver has dropped down to 7th place. Craig Reed 4th, I apologise. 5th and 6th are the Olivers, and John Bowler down to 7th. So much going on that lap, I was losing track. Thankfully, these drivers didn't lose the track. They're still firmly on it as rain continues to fall here at Thruxton. Ryan Smith leading by nearly 6 seconds now. Another fastest lap, 1:45.483. Just past half distance in this race of 1 of the 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. And it's Ryan and Bradley Smith 1st and 2nd. David Jenkins now 3rd. In Division 2, it's still Paul Rivett. He's a second clear of John Powell. Well, he's not now. They've closed up on him again at the complex. There they are. It seems as though Paul Rivett has the legs on the faster parts of the circuit. He's able to pull away because John Powell is under fire from Adam Bintz. Then we've got Craig Evans. There's the battle between Powell and Bintz in that menacing looking black Volvo white Aerodyne. Volvo white is a bit of a misnomer for that truck, isn't it? Of course, Volvo had their collaboration with the American White company. Richard Walker used to race a Volvo Whites many years ago, and Slim Borgud, the great Swede who sadly passed away earlier this year. Here comes Rivett. He's attacking Tom O'Rourke, who's dropped back slightly. Division 2 overtakes Division 1. Now, the Division 2 trucks will be getting frustrated, I think, with the MV Commercial MAN. He's a Division 1 truck. He's in a different race to them. They want to continue their own battles. They're going to go past him on the run into Woodham Hill. I think Tom O'Rourke's got a problem. He's slowing down. I can see a bit of smoke there. 5 laps completed by Ryan Smith. He leads by 7 seconds now. Dominance from the 7-time champion once again. He's made no secret of the fact he wants to try and beat Stuart Oliver's record of 10 titles. He'd also want to do the European Series, I'm sure, as well, but it all comes down to budgets, I think. Over the line they go. Division 2 still led by Paul Rivett in the 22. What's the gap to Powell? 1.26 seconds now. Adam Bint third in Division 2. Then Craig Evans. Further back behind them we still have Jim Bennett and Neil Yates. Just over 5 minutes of this race to run. Into the complex. The right at Campbell. Then the left at Cobb. Named after John Cobb, another former land speed record holder. Campbell, of course, Sir Malcolm and Donald Campbell. And then Seagrave, Sir Henry Seagrave. Well, there's our leader. We haven't forgotten about him. He's dropped the rest of the field, as he so often does. Ryan Smith, he always seems to start in the same way. At every race weekend, he clears off at the front in race 1. Of course, races 3, 4 and 5 will have partially reversed grids. John Powell nice and sideways there over on the back of the circuit. The grid for race 2 later on today will be set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying, so reverse grids don't kick in until race 3. Meanwhile, David Jenkins has caught Bradley Smith. It's on his tail there. Look at them throwing them sideways again through the chicane. Spectacular action here at Thruxton. Over the line they go. Lead gap is 8.5 seconds. And the gap between Bradley Smith and David Jenkins is virtually nothing. 6 laps completed now by Flying Ryan. Next, Craig Reed, Stuart Oliver, and Michael Oliver and John Bowler have dropped back in 6th and 7th. Stephen Powell is not far behind them. He's had a quiet race so far, the number 3. He won here at Thruxton last season, his first ever win in Division 1, and he celebrated like he just won the championship. David Jenkins and Craig Reed just slinging their race trucks around sideways. This is wonderful to watch, making the best of these damp conditions. Jenkins has a look to the inside as into the pit lane comes Tom O'Rourke. I thought he had a problem. Looks like that could be his race over. Most likely a return of whatever gremlins struck him in qualifying. Now, could we see a change for second? David Jenkins is lining up the 46 Ferns and Scrapco sponsored MAN of Bradley Smith. Not to be confused with Brad Smith, who used to race in Division 2 with his DAF. Towards the club chicane they come. Jenkins dodges one way, then the other. Can he get the inside line away from young Bradley Smith? No, he can't. Bradley covers the inside line. Through the chicane, all this is allowing Craig Reed and Stuart Oliver to close up. Next group is headed by Michael Oliver, ahead of John Bowler. They've been caught by Stephen Powell, so this is not over yet for 6th place. Through the club chicane. Next in the order is Ricky Collins, the number 95. Truck re-engined after a spectacular blow-up at Brands Hatch at the start of the season, which coated the front of Paddock Hill Bend in oil. Completing the top 10 is Simon Faulkner. Then we've got the Division 2 battle. There's Collins, the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire. Michael Oliver down to 6th after his rapid start, after that moment a few laps ago coming through the complex. He's holding off the number 14 of John Bowler. Sponsored by 365 Truck Spares, Rochdale LGV Training, Rapid Rubber and a few others. Out onto the back of the circuit goes the 4th place battle, and still David Jenkins harrying the 46 of Bradley Smith. Ryan Smith's away and gone. He's nearly 10 seconds up the road now. He's got this race in the bag, barring any mechanical maladies. Further back in the order, Jim Bennett still going in 15th place, 5th in Division 2, and Neil Yates still running at the back of the field as well. Now, here comes David Jenkins, second attempt to try and take second into the chicane. He's too far back this time. He won't get him on the brakes through there. There goes Flying Ryan. He's coming up to lap Neil Yates and going into what will be his last lap this time. Neil Yates moves aside, lets the leader through. Neil's gone well on his first ever truck race. Just a learning exercise for him this weekend. Still the battle for second rages on. The gap is now up to 11 and a quarter seconds. Fastest lap for Ryan Smith, so he's not easing off. 1:43.595. Now Jenkins is going to try and move into the complexes. He still can't get the inside line away. This is good defensive work by Bradley Smith and by Craig Reed for that 4th place as well. It's a special driver to hold off the 10-time champion Stuart Oliver. Out into the country for the final time. The clock about to count down to 0, so it will be checkered flag this time. Bradley Smith doing a superb job here, looking for his joint best ever finish. He's still looking for his first win. He had a 2nd place last time out at Pembrey. He's going to equal it here. It's going to be win number 7 for the season for flying Ryan Smith. Now they'll be hoping here that Neil Yates doesn't get in the way at the chicane. They'll hope to get past him before there. Ryan Smith is heading for the line. He concentrates on the battle for 2nd place. Can David Jenkins make a move into the chicane? Well, there's Ryan Smith in the Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner run by Worldwide Truck Racing. It's going to be win number 7 for the season for the 7 times champion. Ryan Smith up towards the line and takes the checkered flag. Ryan Smith starts as he means to go on with the victory. Now what about our battle for 2nd place? Bradley Smith hanging on ahead of David Jenkins. They haven't caught the back marker. Jenkins will pull up alongside, but he's going to be boxed in there on the run to the line. Bradley Smith 2nd, David Jenkins 3rd, 4th goes to Craig Reed and Stuart Oliver in 5th. Great race between those 4. Well done Bradley Smith, a fine 2nd place. Now who's going to be 6th? It's going to be Michael Oliver. John Bowler just holds off a slightly subdued Stephen Powell. He finishes 8th. Ricky Collett is 9th. And then it should be Simon Faulkner. Yes, here comes the Iveco over the line, pursued by our Division 2 winner. Paul Rivette leading all the way to take Division 2. And close for 2nd there, John Powell just holds off Adam Bintz. Craig Evans will be next home. And the final finishers will be Jim Bennett and a lap down Neil Yates. Well done to him on his debut. Unfortunately, we lost Tom O'Rourke into the paddock midway through with some problems. Hopefully he'll be back out for race 2. We'll wait to see if Simon Cole appears as well. Problems in qualifying for him, but it's Flying Ryan who does it again. Win number 7 for the season. And with his main rival Stuart Oliver only 5th, that's going to increase his championship lead as well. David Jenkins was only 3 points behind Stuart Oliver, so he could well move up to 2nd in the points there. Meanwhile, Paul Rivette will close the gap on Adam Bintz in the Division 2 standings. Great race there, some great sideways moments. The drivers coping superbly with these damp conditions today. Let's check out the provisional results then of British Truck Racing Championship race number 1. Ryan Smith, the winner, completing 9 laps. That's 15:51.262. He also got the fastest lap of the race. Bradley Smith 2nd, 10 seconds further back. A great result for him ahead of David Jenkins. Then Craig Reed holding off Stuart Oliver for 4th place. Michael Oliver 6th, just ahead of John Bowler and Stephen Powell. And a small gap back to Ricky Collett in 9th. Simon Faulkner completing the top 10. Paul Rivette in 11th overall wins Division 2. He finished just under half a second ahead of John Powell, who just held off Adam Bintz at the line for 2nd in class. Craig Evans was next home, then Jim Bennett and Neil Yates, with Tom O'Rourke sadly the only non-finisher. So a superb first truck race of the weekend. There's plenty more where that came from. 4 more truck races across the weekend. The next one coming up this afternoon at just before 4 p.m. We've got plenty more car races to come after that. But we're going to take a lunch break of about half an hour before our next race. Meanwhile, we can head down into Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers.
Wow, with a DNF from Tom O'Rourke heading the queue to the lunchroom probably. We've of course finished the first race of the weekend here at Thruxton Circuit with Ryan Smith in 1st. A fantastic result for Bradley Smith in 2nd, and of course Dave Jenkins in the Division 1 3rd place. Let's head quickly over to Bradley Smith if we can, just whilst they're unstrapping the champ. Come on through here, John Boy. There we go. We'll see if we get a bit of room. Right. We'll wait for him to unclip here. Bradley, how the devil? It's not in it. What on earth have you done here? This is safety at its best. Absolutely fantastic result. Bradley, incredible. We got second. Bit of row. John, come round here a bit, mate. Come round this way. You don't need to get me in. So Bradley, absolutely fantastic result. You qualified in second place. You started in second place and you finished in second place. What a fantastic start to the weekend.
Yeah, brilliant start to the weekend, finished on the podium. It was hard race, the tractor right now, and we went for kind of a wet setup, so it was right at first for the truck ran off. Dave caught me up and we had a brilliant race. It's like the last race of Pembury again. It was brilliant fun, yeah, really enjoyed it.
It really was a tussle out there, and like you say, Dave's already been round to congratulate you himself. Finishing on the tails of Ryan Smith, you weren't far behind him, were you?
Yeah, no, I was trying to keep up with him, and then Dave punted me down, so I'd take some defending lines, and obviously you lose loads of time, but yeah, it's brilliant, loved it, brilliant.
Absolutely, congratulations. We'll get you some silverware sorted. John, stay with me if you will. We'll go and see if we can find Ryan Smith around the front somewhere. Here he is in his cab. It's all go in Park Ferme here, ladies and gentlemen, down at Thruxton. Now Ryan Smith, of course, showing up just this morning to set up. He wasn't here last night when everyone else was setting up their tents. Still just weighing the truck now, so just for those of you that don't know, as soon as the top three come in, they will have to go over the scales. They weigh the front axle and the back axle with special pads that go underneath the tyres, so that the scrutineer can double check that they've not dropped a few tonne halfway through the race, which would of course make them a lot faster. Let's have a pop round now. We can still talk to Ryan. Ryan, a certainly very early morning, or should we say very late night for you. Saw you arrive after everybody else. We still had a result.
That's when it's worthwhile, you know. We're shattered. Our teams worked tirelessly. We only went to check the GPS speed because there was no testing here, and we uncovered a whole different level of problems. Look, we don't need to go into them. All I can say is my team are absolutely A1. Even in that race, my chief engineer Arnie comes on the radio. Dave Jenkins has just put fastest lap in, 144 point something. I went, okay, no problem, leave it with me. Boom, 143. You know, it's them points that make prizes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
everyone counts, especially this year. It's looking like a very tight season.
Very tight season, and you know, everybody's up the game, everybody's spending the money, everybody's spending on the tyres, you know, the whole package. I've got to give Trucksport credit as well, because you know, day by day they're improving the events, they're getting more noticeable, and I promise you, I think when it gets to the worldwide media and the public, what truck racing does and what it brings to the table and how exciting it is, I think Trucksport are on something special.
And fantastic thanks as well to, of course, Bark, who help us with the streams, getting in front of so many more fans and spectators every weekend.
Every year it's grown. I arrived here at 4:30 this morning and I could not believe how packed it was with people here coming camping. Honestly, it's a credit to Bark, it's a credit to Trucksport, and it's a credit to the drivers, because without the drivers improving year on year out, there wouldn't be a show, and Trucksport have worked closely with the drivers, and I actually think it's a marriage made in heaven.
It certainly is. Fantastic words from Ryan Smith. Ryan, congratulations on your first win of the weekend. First of many, probably. Let's quickly pop and see if we can find our third place, Dave Jenkins, and then we'll have a quick word with Division 2, wherever he is. Here we are now, side of Park Ferme with Dave. Dave,
to the front.
Yes, of course. Quick, yes, let's move around the front. Got to get the logos in, haven't we, ladies and gents? Come on round, John Boy. So, Dave, obviously we saw you moments ago congratulating young Bradley on a fantastic race. How was it at the front there?
Oh, it was brilliant. It was great racing, and I got bogged down a bit off the start. I don't know whether I was just apprehending a bit more wheel spin than there was, but I didn't seem to get going well. If Michael's down the inside, Stuart's down the outside, oh, here we go. And then it sorted itself out. And then Michael made a little mistake that I was able to just capitalise on, and Bradley got a couple of seconds lead, and I thought, right, I've really got to go now. Got onto him, but he just didn't. He was never going to crumble under a mistake from an old boy like me, was he? So he ran in deep a few times, and he really composed himself, got it back, got to the apex, thought about his exit, and just checked out and bogged off again. And it was infuriating to follow him. But great, you know, he had such a bad season last year with some unreliability. He absolutely deserves a good look, and he can clearly pedal the wheels off it. So it was great racing.
It was great to see. The spectators certainly enjoyed it. Dave, thank you very much. I think it's lunch break now by the smell of meat cooking in the air. I'll leave you to go and enjoy some food. Let's have a look now if we can find Division 2 drivers very quickly. John's over the side there. We'll speak to Paul Rivette just quickly. Of course, from the Napa Racing family, and first race of the weekend here at Thruxton, finishing with a first place podium. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, it's exactly the way we wanted to start the weekend. If only we could have started Brands Hatch like that at the beginning of the season, eh?
Well, that'd be funny if you could start every weekend with podiums, mate. You know, it's not the way it works, is it?
No, not quite, but it's fantastic to have the Napa Racing UK truck back at the front again and more trophies. So that's what, 3 wins in a row for us now. We need to really keep this up and keep the momentum going to try and claw some points back in the championship.
That's it, exactly. And of course, we were just speaking to Ryan Smith, it's quite a tight season this year, especially with so few of you in Division 2. It doesn't take many mistakes before you're suddenly at the back.
No, it doesn't, and it's nice to see an extra truck out in Division 2 this weekend as well. So, you know, so that's really good. But, yeah, next race we're starting from Powell again, and then we're into the reverse grids, and we'll see what happens. It's going to probably dry out for tomorrow, but to be honest, I'm loving the wet round here.
It's very slippy.
Oh, it's mega in the wet. It's such a fun circuit anyway, and you know, this 5.5 ton beast in the wet is just more fun than you can imagine. So.
Literally big time. Very quickly before we leave you then, any words for our new friend in the Division 2, Neil Yates? Have you got any words of advice for him joining the British Truck Racing Championship?
I think for the moment it's just hang on in there and keep chipping away. He's come to the fastest circuit we go to in wet conditions without any testing, so if you could ever be in at the deep end, he definitely is. So hats off to him, you know, just for getting it round at the moment.
They finished.
Yeah, which is really good. So, you know, as I say, he's just got to keep plugging away at it, and I'm sure we'll see him get better and better.
Absolutely fantastic. Paul, thank you very much. We'll get you some trophies handed out very shortly. That's all we've got time for down here now in Parc Fermé, but I believe my friend Ian Waterhouse is down in the paddock with Emma from the British Truck Racing Championship at the merchandise stand. Over to you, Ian.
Hello everybody, welcome to the paddock here. Yes, the first race of the day has now finished, and it's still very wet along here as well, but a lot of action to bring you this afternoon. Now, I've come down to the merchandise tent here for the British Truck Racing Championship because we've got something a little bit different for you coming up. It's the lunch break now, so we can have a little look around for a while, but before we do that, we've got a competition coming up for you as well. We were going to have, Emma was going to join us, unfortunately she's not here right now, but I'm pleased to say we've got a bundle of merchandise to give away completely for free for you guys and girls watching on YouTube as well. So what you can win, we have a nice sticker here. It looks well, it looks like that, only it's a lot bigger. There you go, completely free. It's a bundle as well. There's a flag. I don't know if you can see the flag. This is it here. I don't know if you can actually zoom in on the camera. So you get all of this. This is the prize, all of it. You get the flag there. You get there you go, a tabard holder there. Look, there you go, a little clip one there for you. What else do you get? You get a nice little key ring. I don't know how well you can see that. And finally, the last thing you get, and I wonder if I can call on the help of my glamorous assistant, Ella. She didn't know I was going to do this. Ella, come here, please, because I need to just pop this on your head. There we go. You can get this. She says she hates me right now. You don't hate me, Ella, do you?
Not really, no, but I've maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. There you go. You can win this hat as well. All of the merchandise we just said, this is a bundle that you can win. Now, all you have to do is comment in the live chat on the YouTube, I love BTRC, and hit subscribe. Do those two things. That is all you have to do. Do it right now. That's all you have to do. You go into the free draw to see if you can win this bundle of merchandise from the British Truck Racing Championship. It doesn't even cost you anything. That's all you've got to do. Tomorrow, Pointy will pick a winner at random as well. So to be in with a chance of winning, just type I love BTRC right now in the comment section, hit subscribe, and you could win this glorious bucket hat right here. So in fact, Emma's here too now. Here she is. Emma, we were just talking about the wonderful merchandise. A big thank you to you as well, by the way. Well, I've got it all here. Big thank you to you for agreeing to give this away. It's a lovely prize, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's all our brand new merchandise that we've just got in. So it'll be here today, Donington, and on our website next week.
There you go. So just to clarify, you get the bucket hat.
You do?
Yeah. We get the flag, which is up there. We get a key ring.
Yep.
Yeah.
We get a car sticker and a normal sticker as well.
So the car sticker is basically that, only a lot bigger, isn't it?
Here, yes.
There you go. Rightio.
And the bucket hats are adjustable, so if it doesn't fit pin heads, you can adjust them, as my sunglasses do.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a great prize, and we'll send it out to the winner as long as you comment on the live stream and visit our website, www.btrc.co.
There you go. Thank you so much, Emma. Really, really appreciate that. Now, we know we're across 2 live streams as well, so whichever one you're watching this one, if you're watching it at the Truck Racing or at Bark, comment on both. So just whichever one you're watching at, if you're at Bark right now, just comment I love BTRC, hit subscribe. If you're watching at the Truck one, again, just type in I love BTRC and hit subscribe to it. And Pointy will pick your winner at random. That will be revealed tomorrow after the last truck race. A lot more action still to come up throughout the course of the day. It's going to be the BMW Kumos coming up next, so I better get myself off to assembly to catch up with some of the drivers ahead of that one. Dave, back to you.
Well, you heard Ian down there. Plenty of you commenting away already, I can see, to win that little bundle of merchandise from the BTRC. We're going to have a very short lunch break now before our next race, which is coming up in, I think, about 15 minutes' time. The Kumho BMW Championship is next. Everything BMW will be out in that one. That's followed by the MCC, not the Marylebone Cricket Club, the Mini Challenge Club Sports with AirTech Motorsports, a mixture of BMW Mini Coopers for that one. And we've got the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. Good grid of them, over 20 cars here this weekend, including a welcome returnee. More on that later. Then we've got the first of our 4 Caterham races this weekend, the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 135 category. And that's followed by our second truck race of the day, the first of our 3 pickup truck racing championship events this weekend, second BMW race, and finally the Morph My Caterham Graduate Championship. There are the classes, the Sigma 150 Sigmax cars. We'll be back underway in about 15 minutes time then, so a quick chance to grab a snack or a drink. We'll be back underway shortly. Meanwhile, we're going to show you a few highlights from our opening round of the British Truck Racing Championship this year from the Easter weekend at Brands Hatch.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
We had a chance to catch up with a few of the drivers to talk to them about their first truck race. So back down here in the paddock at Thruxton, I'm joined with Steve Powell. Steve, of course you're sharing a garage this weekend with first time truck racer Neil Yates. Give us, before we get to you of course, very important, give us a little bit of background of what your guys have been through in the past few weeks sorting this truck out.
So basically he's wanted to have a go for a little while, so I sort of pushed the button on it, rang him one day, I said, do you fancy having a go? He said yeah. So I got him a lorry in a half hour. We brought it home. It worked quite.
As you do.
Yeah, it weren't quite what it was meant to be. So the boys have worked for 3 weeks, 285 hours on it, and they've worked so well. And it's so nice to bring another newbie into the championship. This is probably the 6th person I got into it, and to be one of the sponsors as well and share it with him has been brilliant, you know. So, and he's done really well, and I didn't question how well we do. I knew he'd enjoy it, and it's brilliant, you know. And for the boys, what they've actually done, to see that go around and finish qualifying, and the times are good enough. They get better, you know. But it's credit to that team, you know. To be fair.
Will Neil be coming round for the rest of the season with you guys now?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to run us too. Yeah, so we've got a new trailer coming for the next event, Donington. That was where we was planning to go, but I thought we'll push the button, get it done early, get for Thruxton, because Donington's a big event and it's a bit easier around here. As much as it's fast, it's not as technical as Donington, so it get his sort of pop his cherry here, and then it'll get better as we go forward through the year. But it's just good. I mean, Division 2 struggling a bit, so it brings out another truck for that, get the numbers back up to the 20, so it's good for the championship, good for the sponsors, all round really. So
speaking of popping your cherry with truck racing, that leads me on to my next question. Can you remember, hopefully you can, your first ever truck race? What was it, when was it, how did it go?
I can, I'll never forget it. It was 16 years ago at the Nürburgring. I had a Volvo. I've never driven a lorry, never even put it in second gear, and that's the truth. And I woke Ashley up at 4 o'clock in the morning and said if you wanted coffee. I told him it was 7. I couldn't sleep, and literally you pull in through the Paddock in Germany, like you're in crawler gear. Went through the pits, got up to 4th gear, and I thought, yeah, this is all right, you know. And we overtook one lad and never looked back since, you know. And like to see Neil do this today brings back a lot of memories, you know. And like Germany, it was like 180,000 spectators. It was a big gig. But I mean, even here now, I mean, there's enough people here to sort of worry you a bit. And, and not only that, I mean, without the testing here, he's gone straight out into qualifying. We have free practice at Germany. Like he's had to like mind the traffic behind him because they're all putting in fast laps. It was. For him and what he's done, it's a great achievement, and for the team, you know. And I'm super proud. People say to me, "What are you getting out of it?" I'm getting that smile, and it's brilliant for me. You know what I mean? And it's like we keep saying we're going to give up this year, but I've been saying that 6 years. So
a lot of drivers say that every year. I think.
Right, yeah, we got a cut. Well, I mean, you've got Stuart Oliver at 60 plus, so I think we're all right for a good few years. You know,
I think we'll be all right.
No, it's just great to bring someone new into it, and he's a lovely lad, and the family are beautiful. So. And to see the team, what they've achieved. I mean, Ashley was sleepless last night, and see his smile, it's brilliant, you know. So
fantastic. Well, a great team effort. Steve, thank you very much for bringing another driver to the pack. And, of course, we'll look forward to seeing you out for the rest of the weekend.
Let's hope so, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Steve Powell, ladies and gentlemen. and welcome back to the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship season. My name's Pointy and you're about to see some fantastic racing action as we go through the year. Just looking behind me, we've got drivers briefing going on as we speak as they're all gearing up for the first race of the weekend.
Let's have a look at the grid for race number 1 then. Division 1 starts off from the front. It's the reigning 7 times consecutive champion Ryan Smith who will start on pole for the first race of the year alongside David Jenkins, Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver on row 2, the 10 times champion in the number 7 Volvo. Jock Borthwick, new to Division 1 this year, starts alongside Bradley Smith on row 3, Stephen Powell and Michael Oliver on the 4th row. John Bowler making the step up to Division 1 this year. He's on row 5 alongside Simon Faulkner. Then Craig Reed, the former Division 2 champion, alongside Simon Cole, back in the championship full-time this year on the 6th row. And then Ricky Collett rounds out the Division 1 grid in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, who was fastest in qualifying, will start from the pit lane. Division 2 will start behind Division 1 as always. It's Adam Bint in his Volvo alongside John Powell at the front of the grid, then Craig Evans and welcome returnee Jim Bennett on row 2. No Paul Rivette, he's a non-starter for race 1. Tom O'Rourke starts from the pit lane. The biggest machines in British motorsports. Ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch, a brand new season for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Jim Bennett in the classic Seddon Atkinson Strata at the back. Great to have the truck racing veteran back after a couple of years away. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, the arch rivals, lead them up towards the red lights. It's time to go truck racing in 2023. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the inside line ahead of David Jenkins. Now are they all going to get round Paddock Bend okay for the first time? John Bowler running up wide on the outside line. Looks like they've all made it round the Division 1 trucks. It's flying Ryan Smith who leads up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. We go on board with Jock Borthwick in the 32. They swing right through and he's been hit. Jock Borthwick's tangled up with Stephen Powell. They go off. Oh, Michael Oliver's caught up as well. Bradley Smith's gone off too. Well, 4 trucks involved there. Borthwick's getting going again. And well, it's certainly first day back at school, isn't it? 4 trucks off at Druids. Let's hope they can continue. Ryan Smith leads from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. There's a hole been created in the field there already. The first 4 left clear as a result of that tangle. The Reed brothers in 4th and 5th. There's mayhem at Druids, and not surprisingly, the red flag is coming out. Let's take another look and see what happened there. They charged their way up to Druids for the first time. Watch the 32 and the 3. Stephen Powell just charged kamikaze up the inside there and sent everyone else skittling, I think is what happened. Dear oh dear. 4 of them off. And luckily everybody else was able to get through on the inside. Bradley Smith there, looks like his steering was broken. He went into the gravel. That was just an over-optimistic move, I would say, there from Stephen Powell. Just charged up the inside, clipped Jock Borthwick first of all, sent him spinning around. He went into Bradley Smith and then they charged into Michael Oliver and sent him into the gravel. Here we go then, let's try again. Ready for a restart. The pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead them off once again. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And we're back underway. Super start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins moves across to protect second place, but Ryan Smith's away and gone already. He's about 3 truck lengths clear as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side between Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver for 3rd. Bradley Smith round the outside into 5th position as they thunder their way up towards Druids. Let's hope they all get round this time. Stephen Powell positioning himself on the inside once again, but he's got it slowed up this time, just ahead of John Bowler on his Division 1 debut. They're all round Druids okay for the first time. Adam Bint leads Division 2, down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Division 2 staying with Division 1 for the moment. Simon Cole just ahead of Adam Bint there. Bint leads Division 2 in the Volvo Whites, the older Volvo than Stuart Oliver's example, as they come round towards Clearways for the first time, and Stephen Powell's off again. There is something wrong with that truck, whether it's steering or brakes I'm not sure, but again it just didn't turn there going into Surtees. Luckily he didn't collect anybody that time. I think that's going to be end of race for Stephen Powell. At least he hasn't got far to go to get spares, based on the same road as Brands Hatch outside the circuit. Over the line they go. Simon Cole might be in trouble here as well. He's dropped back behind some of the Division 2 runners there. There's Tom O'Rourke as well. He's a up to speed once again. So it is Ryan Smith who leads from Jenkins, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, John Bowler. Then it's Craig Reed in 7th place. Simon Faulkner going well, learning all the time, his 2nd full season of truck racing. Tom O'Rourke's got past Simon Cole in the number 41. No Michael Oliver out there, or Jock Borthwick, damage from the incident at the start of the race. There is O'Rourke coming through. He's eager to make up for lost time after losing his pole position. There's a battle developing between Faulkner and the very experienced Ricky Collett. O'Rourke's got ahead of John Powell now, trying to catch his fellow Division 1 runners. Ryan Smith continues to extend his lead. 2 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. Simon Reed in 3rd. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, is 4th. Bradley Smith, none the worse for that tangle on the first start, is rounding out the top 5. Craig Reed, John Bowler, sorry, in 6th place ahead of Craig Reed. Ricky Collett has a look there at Paddock Hill Bend on that newly liveried number 92 truck, and it's very dark grey livery. Brilliant looking truck that is. Collett has another look at Druids. I don't think he'll get through there. Simon Faulkner bounces over the curb in the Iveco Stralis, one of 3 Ivecos on the grid. Over the line they go. The lead gap is now up to 3 seconds. Ryan Smith pulled away by nearly a full second that time around. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of our Division 2 leader. There is the Oxfordshire driver, number 5, Adam Bint, in the Volvo White Aerodyne. Should be a Volvo Black, really, in that livery, shouldn't it? That was the first truck to use the new HVO fuel, as Ricky Collett finally gets past Simon Faulkner. Been trying that for about 5 laps. And moves up into 8th position. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed ahead of them. They're a couple of seconds back on the Iveco. There it is, chasing John Bowler. Good smooth run on his Division 1 debut. Just looking to get some points on the board. It's 15 points for a win, 14 for second, down to 1 point for 15th place. Bonus point for pole position and for the fastest lap. Fastest lap of Division 1 currently with Ryan Smith. There he is, starting his title defence perfectly, as he always does here at Brands Hatch. Adam Bint continues to lead Division 2. He's the favourite for the title this year, along with Paul Rivette, if he gets his truck up and running. Had 4 wins, Adam Bint, last year. Here's the battle for second. John Powell in the number 6, the DAF LF. 6 wins last season, was only 4th in the points in Division 2. Craig Evans behind is yet to win a race. He's had a few podiums though, a consistent driver more than rapid. Made his debut in 2019. There's a battle further back. Ricky Collett has got ahead of John Bowler. Chasing now Craig Reed. It's the fight for 6th position. So Ricky Collett has closed up. Bowler's dropped a couple of spots there. The number 14, he's sideways coming off Graham Hill Bend. I thought he was going to spin it there. Just getting used to the power of his new number 14 MAN. Simon Faulkner in behind him. 3 minutes to go. Ryan Smith leads by over 4.5 seconds now. Looking set to take his now traditional opening race victory here at Brands Hatch. It's been pretty much a stroll in the park here at Brands Hatch. The first race of this new Daimler Freightliner. It has worked absolutely perfectly for Ryan, the man from Nottinghamshire, in the worldwide truck racing Daimler. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Simon Faulkner, I can tell you, may have got ahead of John Bowler further back, but John Bowler having issues with his transponder. No, he is still 8th. But here comes Flying Ryan into clear ways for the final time. A perfect start to the defence of his British truck racing title. Is it going to be 8 in a row? Well, if his luck keeps up like this and his speed keeps up, it's certainly very likely. Ryan Smith opens the season with a victory. Second place will go to David Jenkins. The gap 6.233 seconds at the line. Third place for Simon Reed. And Stuart Oliver a lonely 4th. An equally lonely 5th is going to go to Bradley Smith, none the worse for that spill on the opening lap. And then 6th place across the line will be Craig Reed, but wait to see where that penalty places him. Over the line goes Craig Reed. I don't think he's got 5 seconds clear of those behind him, so 6th will go to Ricky Collett. John Bowler on his Division 1 debut 7th. Craig Reed ends up 8th. Simon Faulkner is 9th, and Tom O'Rourke will round out the top 10, having started from the pit lane. In Division 2, meanwhile, the win goes to Adam Bint in the Volvo White Aerodyne in 11th overall. John Powell holds off Craig Evans for 2nd, and a lap down, Simon Cole will finish 14th, and Jim Bennett, the final finisher, in 15th. Bad luck to those who suffered damage in that race, but the result confirmed Ryan Smith the winner by 6.23 seconds over David Jenkins, with Simon Reed over 3 seconds back in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith racing pretty much on their own towards the end of that one in 4th and 5th, and then a long gap back to Ricky Collett in 6th position. John Bowler a good 7th, Craig Reed a 5-second penalty dropping him to 8th, and Simon Faulkner and Tom O'Rourke rounding out the top 10. Adam Bint wins Division 2 in 11th overall. He finished some 3 seconds ahead of John Powell. Craig Evans 3rd in that division, ahead of the Division 1 truck of Simon Cole in 14th. Jim Bennett, the final finisher, in 15th in the Seddon Atkinson. Stephen Powell pulled into the pits with problems after that shunt. And, of course, Michael Oliver and Jock Borthwick didn't take the restart.
Congratulations on your first place.
I don't want to. I want to go over again because it's so important to me. This we built a brand new truck, first new truck we've ever had. As I've just said, Arnie Aaron Parkin is not seen his family in 8 days solid. He stayed in the garage. Billy the same. Libby had time off from work. Adam just they've worked tirelessly, and we've built it all ourselves. And I want to say a big thank you to Tim and Melanie Frost at Unit 8 because they supplied us some parts that without them with timing that we just never got. So, and of course all my sponsors. I don't want to take any credit for that win. The truck deserves it, the team deserves it, and the partners deserve it. But
must have been the autopilot that won the race then. Fantastic, well done Ryan, congratulations, great start to the season. Quick repairs all round after the incident in race 1, but race 2 is now upon us. Let's see if they can make up for some lost time.
Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 2 for the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. This is based on the 2nd fastest times in qualifying. Ryan Smith, number 1, will start on pole alongside number 69 David Jenkins in the MAN. 2nd row, number 7 Stuart Oliver, and 89 Simon Reed. Row 3, 32 Jock Borthwick. A lot of damage from race 1. Good to see he's repaired the truck. Start alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Row 4, number 3 Stephen Powell. He's repaired as well. Start alongside 14 John Bowler. On the 5th row, 92 Simon Faulkner, although I can see in the background there his truck moving forward. Has he had a problem, I wonder? Start alongside number 12 Michael Oliver. Hopefully he'll get to start this race. Row 6, 68 Craig Reed, and 41 Simon Cole. I didn't see him as the trucks came up to the grid, so we'll wait to see if Simon's there. And completing the Division 1 field, number 95 Ricky Collett. Then we move back to Division 2. Craig Evans, number 10 on pole, alongside number 6 of John Powell. Then number 5 Adam Bint, the winner of race 1, and 28 gentleman Jim Bennett. 86 Tom O'Rourke, as explained, will start from the pit lane after his qualifying times were disallowed due to that infringement where he exceeded the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. The speed recording device was not activated in his truck during qualifying. Ryan Smith looking for 2 wins out of 2. Scored 14 wins on his way to the title last year. David Jenkins alongside him. Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed on row 2. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on the 3rd row. And Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Michael Oliver alone on row 5. We ride with Jock Borthwick as they come through clearways. The pace truck is in pit lane. Looking back from Simon Reed's truck as the revs begin to rise. Here we go. Up towards the red lights when they go out. Get ready to feel the thunder as the power comes on from these 1,000 horsepower engines. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith will take the lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Stuart Oliver trying to get through on the inside there. He can't quite get alongside David Jenkins. We ride with Jock Borthwick alongside Bradley Smith. Looking back now from Simon Reed as they head up towards Druids for the first time. Will they all make it round Druids Hill Bend this time? Smith leads from Jenkins. Oliver side by side for 4th between Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Reed moves through on the inside. We look back from Simon Reed. There's Bradley Smith behind us. Then it is Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Then Michael Oliver. He's got away well. Stephen Powell just behind him. as they file their way down to Cooper Straight for the first time. It's called Cooper Straight, it isn't quite straight. Up towards the left at Surtees, the right at McLaren. Ryan Smith has the early lead from Jenkins, Oliver, Reed, Smith, Borthwick. Oliver Jr. is next in the order. Division 2 is being led, by the look of it, by John Powell. There's Paul Rivett, waiting for the right time to make his move from the back of the field. They complete the first lap then with Ryan Smith already over a second clear of David Jenkins at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Let's see where Tom O'Rourke can get up to around this opening lap. It's at the tail of the field at the moment, I think. Make sure he comes through on this lap. Yes, he has. On board with Jock Borthwick, chasing Bradley Smith on the run up towards Druid. You can see the heavy roll caging in the cab of these trucks. Fifth place is Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick, then it's Michael Oliver in his rather battered MAN after the contact earlier on. Seems to be a bit of a damage magnet over the last couple of seasons, unfortunately. And hang on, the red flag is coming out. What has happened? Oh, that's what's happened. It's Tom O'Rourke. He's in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's quite a long way up Paddock Hill Bend towards Halewood Rise. So what has happened there? See if we can see what's happened. Back of the field, coming down Paddock Hill Bend, he runs wide. Yeah, the truck just straightened up in the middle of the bend. I don't know whether something broke in the steering perhaps there. Great shame for the Scotsman. Here we go, ready for 12 minutes of truck racing. Well done to the recovery teams there. Getting Tom O'Rourke back to the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. Smith and Jenkins lead them up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Quick start by Stuart Oliver. Watch the number 7. He could get past David Jenkins here in the second place. He won't get ahead of Ryan Smith. But I think Oliver's got the inside line. Yes, he's up into second place as they head down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. 1 or 2 trucks running wide. Got one into the gravel. That's Michael Oliver. John Bowler's run wide as well. Oliver keeps his foot in. He keeps it going at the back of the Division 1 group. Will they all get round Druids? Okay, Bradley Smith running wide in the 46 truck. It's Smith who leads from Oliver. Jenkins. Jock Borthwick is in 4th place. Then it's Simon Reed, Stephen Powell, Bradley Smith. Next through is Craig Reed, then Bowler, Collett. Michael Oliver recovering from that off. Missing the side panel you can see on the number 12 truck. They start to sort themselves out around this Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. We'll look back quickly to see who's leading Division 2. It's John Powell who's got away best in the DAF, number 6, ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bintz. Oh, Michael Oliver's incident pack weekend continuing. I had a bad feeling he was going to get bogged down in the gravel there, but he kept it going. Ryan Smith will lead as they complete the first lap. Then he's already over a second clear of Stuart Oliver in second place. Now into Paddock Hill Bend we ride with Jock Borthwick chasing now David Jenkins. Good start from Borthwick up into 4th place ahead of Simon Reed. Craig Reed in behind Bradley Smith. Looking back to see the leader of Division 2 is still John Powell ahead of Craig Evans, Adam Bintz and Paul Rivett. Jim Bennett in the older Seddon Atkinson has already dropped away. It's good to have Gentleman Jim back in the championship this year. Certainly one of the friendliest teams in the paddock, the Team Bennett squad. Up the hill towards Druids, and Jock Borthwick a little bit wide there over the curve. He almost dropped onto the gravel, holds it together, swings it in. Up on the inside there's Simon Reed, and he goes through, forces Jock Borthwick to go wide. It's a good move by Simon Reed. Good aggression from the Iveco pilot up into 4th position. Down to 5th goes Borthwick in the white and tartan liveried MAN. Colours of My Name's Doddy. Ricky Collett staying ahead of Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett with a down on power engine this weekend. He's had a few engine problems, that truck, over the last couple of seasons. Had a nasty crash with it at Thruxton back in 2020. Oh, and say engine problems, a great flash of flame. Goodness me. Ricky Collett needs to get out of there. He slides it to a halt against the barrier. Well stopped, Ricky Collett. I hope that's truck is not going to burst into flames. Something blew up there. I hope that was just the turbo and not the engine going for a burden. Ricky Collett very much out of the race. Let's have a look again there as they came down the straight. Watch the back of Ricky Collett's truck here. Bang! Something went up in a big way there. Hopefully that's not the engine detonating, hoping it's just the turbo. Yes, the red flag has come out, presumably to deal with Ricky Collett's truck. So we'll see if things are okay down there on the entry to Paddock, and we'll wait to see what will happen with this race. Such a shame for Ricky, he doesn't have much luck, unfortunately. Well, with the large amount of oil that has gone down from Ricky Collett's truck, the race has been declared at this point. Ryan Smith given the win ahead of Stuart Oliver, with David Jenkins completing the podium. Simon Reed in 4th place ahead of Jock Borthwick and Stephen Powell. Bradley Smith in 7th place, then Craig Reed, John Bowler and Michael Oliver complete the top 10. John Powell wins Division 2 ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bint. Paul Rivett in 4th place, and it is Jim Bennett who completes the 15 finishers in our second race of the weekend, curtailed early due to that engine failure for Ricky Collett, and that will be, I think, the end of his weekend.
Well, it seems to be a plethora of red flags this weekend so far, with Ricky Collett exploding his engine into more pieces than it's meant to be in. But of course, Ryan Smith and John Powell taking first place for their consecutive championships. We're now going over to race 3, the first one of Sunday here at Brands Hatch.
So the grid lines up as follows. It's Division 1 newcomer John Bowler who will start on pole in number 14, his MAN, alongside the Iveco of number 68, Craig Reed. Second row, number 46, Bradley Smith in his MAN, alongside the 10 times champion, number 7, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 3, the Iveco of Simon Reed, number 89, alongside 69 of David Jenkins with his MAN. On row 4, it is the reigning 7-time champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner number 1, alongside 92 Simon Faulkner with his Iveco. Row 5, 86 Tom O'Rourke had a tough day yesterday, ended up in the gravel in race 2 and broke the steering on his MAN. Lines up alongside Simon Cole, number 41, with his MAN, graduating to Division 1 this year. Row 6, number 32 Jock Borthwick picked up a fair amount of damage in a collision with Stephen Powell in yesterday's first race, but managed to repair his MAN. Stephen Powell does line up alongside him. And number 12, Michael Oliver, with his MAN, son of Stuart, completes the Division 1 grid. Then there's a gap, and we move to Division 2. The grid reversed from the results of race 1. So it's Jim Bennett, number 28, in his venerable Seddon Atkinson, who lines up on pole alongside number 10 Craig Evans with his MAN. The number 6 of John Powell in the DAF, he had a win yesterday, as did the man alongside him, number 5 Adam Bint with the Volvo Whites. And completing the grid, number 22 Paul Rivett. Here we go, the big rigs ready to rumble on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Jim Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo, John Powell alongside him, they had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivett behind them, the ex-saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away, down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the 2 front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men, that was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through, as I expected, into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from 4th on the grid. It's side by side for second, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Borthwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go. Liveried MAN, the colours of My Name's Doddy. Ricky Collett staying ahead of Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett with a down on power engine this weekend. He's had a few engine problems, that truck, over the last couple of seasons. Had a nasty crash with it at Thruxton back in 2020. Oh, and say engine problems, a great flash of flame. Goodness me. Ricky Collett needs to get out of there. He slides it to a halt against the barrier. Well stopped, Ricky Collett. I hope that's truck is not going to burst into flames. Something blew up there. I hope that was just the turbo and not the engine going for a burden. Ricky Collett very much out of the race. Let's have a look again there as they came down the straight. Watch the back of Ricky Collett's truck here. Bang! Something went up in a big way there. Hopefully that's not the engine detonating, hoping it's just the turbo. Yes, the red flag has come out, presumably to deal with Ricky Collett's truck. So we'll see if things are okay down there on the entry to Paddock, and we'll wait to see what will happen with this race. Such a shame for Ricky, he doesn't have much luck, unfortunately. Well, with the large amount of oil that has gone down from Ricky Collett's truck, the race has been declared at this point. Ryan Smith given the win ahead of Stuart Oliver, with David Jenkins completing the podium. Simon Reed in 4th place ahead of Jock Borthwick and Stephen Powell. Bradley Smith in 7th place, then Craig Reed, John Bowler and Michael Oliver complete the top 10. John Powell wins Division 2 ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bint. Paul Rivett in 4th place, and it is Jim Bennett who completes the 15 finishers in our second race of the weekend, curtailed early due to that engine failure for Ricky Collett, and that will be, I think, the end of his weekend.
Well, it seems to be a plethora of red flags this weekend so far, with Ricky Collett exploding his engine into more pieces than it's meant to be in. But of course, Ryan Smith and John Powell taking first place for their consecutive championships. We're now going over to race 3, the first one of Sunday here at Brands Hatch.
So the grid lines up as follows. It's Division 1 newcomer John Bowler who will start on pole in number 14, his MAN, alongside the Iveco of number 68, Craig Reed. Second row, number 46, Bradley Smith in his MAN, alongside the 10 times champion, number 7, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 3, the Iveco of Simon Reed, number 89, alongside 69 of David Jenkins with his MAN. On row 4, it is the reigning 7-time champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner number 1, alongside 92 Simon Faulkner with his Iveco. Row 5, 86 Tom O'Rourke had a tough day yesterday, ended up in the gravel in race 2 and broke the steering on his MAN. Lines up alongside Simon Cole, number 41, with his MAN, graduating to Division 1 this year. Row 6, number 32 Jock Borthwick picked up a fair amount of damage in a collision with Stephen Powell in yesterday's first race, but managed to repair his MAN. Stephen Powell does line up alongside him. And number 12, Michael Oliver, with his MAN, son of Stuart, completes the Division 1 grid. Then there's a gap, and we move to Division 2. The grid reversed from the results of race 1. So it's Jim Bennett, number 28, in his venerable Seddon Atkinson, who lines up on pole alongside number 10 Craig Evans with his MAN. The number 6 of John Powell in the DAF, he had a win yesterday, as did the man alongside him, number 5 Adam Bint with the Volvo Whites. And completing the grid, number 22 Paul Rivett. Here we go, the big rigs ready to rumble on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Jim Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo, John Powell alongside him, they had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivett behind them, the ex-saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away, down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the 2 front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men, that was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through, as I expected, into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from 4th on the grid. It's side by side for second, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Borthwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go at John Bowler for second place. Then it's the first of the Reeds. Which one is that? That's Simon Reed in 4th place. Craig, of course, ran wide on the first score. Impossible to tell the 2 Ivecos apart from a distance. David Jenkins trying to go through into second place past John Bowler. They head up towards Druids. Ryan Smith is in traffic at the moment. He was down in 6th at the end of the first lap. Side by side for third, Simon Reed trying to move past John Bowler. David Jenkins has already gone through up into second place. There's Flying Ryan, that's a stunning looking Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted number 1, just ahead of Jock Borthwick in the 32. But look at the lead Stuart Oliver has built up already. He needs to build a good lead, because in case Ryan Smith does get through this traffic, he's having a go at Bradley Smith and John Bowler now. John Bowler holding him off. New to Division 1 this year. 10 times champion, still leads. And John Bowler still holding off Ryan Smith, who now gets a run on the inside up towards Druids Hill Bend. Here he comes. On board with Ryan as they go round the right-hander. Steering the truck one-handed, keeping his other hand on the gear lever through there. He's got through past the number 14. I think Bowler's lost another place. I think Jock Borthwick may have come through as well. We look back from David Jenkins in second place, at Simon Reed's Iveco in third. A spin at the back of the field, that's Jim Bennett, the veteran in the Seddon Atkinson, sliding off at Surtees. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Jim Bennett's got going again, just being lapped there by David Jenkins and Simon Reed. Gentleman Jim is trying to stay out of the way of the Division 1 trucks there. Bradley Smith had to go wide around him there. That could let Ryan Smith in for an attack into Druids. Yes, he's got the inside line. Ryan up the inside, squeezes through and up into fourth place. Now, next target, a little way up the road, is Simon Reed. Here's the battle further back for ninth place between John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Stephen went straight on into Druids for the first time in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Never mind that, because look at the way Simon Reed is going. He's right up alongside David Jenkins, but that's left the route through for Ryan Smith. He left the gap there, and Ryan says, thank you very much, I'll go through for third place. Now, it won't take him long to have a go at David Jenkins. They are arch rivals, these two. Here's the battle in Division 2. It's close between Evans and Powell. Powell only half a second behind now. Can the DAF, the Dutch machine, get ahead of the MAN? Look at this, the leader's weaving between the back markers. That looked pretty spectacular. Hasn't helped Ryan Smith's lap time, though. He's lost a couple of seconds there. Well, in fact, they're all slower because of getting through the traffic. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Craig Evans still hanging on in the lead, looking for his first Division 2 win. Cloud of dust there, someone's been off. Here they come. Is it going to be checkered flag this time for Stuart Oliver, the man from the northeast? 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion. Here he comes then in the GT Tyres Volvo. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? It certainly is. There's the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver wins our first truck race of the day. David Jenkins second. Ryan Smith has to settle for third. Fourth, it is Simon Reed. Bradley Smith takes a good fifth position. Well done, Jock Borthwick, a fine sixth. His fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke, in seventh. Eighth, it is Michael Oliver. Ninth, over the line, is going to be John Bowler, just ahead of Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner. What about Division 2? Where are the Division 2 trucks? They'll be coming round the final corner now. Is it going to be Craig Evans or John Powell who takes the victory in Division 2? They're coming towards us now. It looks like John Powell's got ahead of Craig Evans. In fact, they come over the line. Yes, it's John Powell. Powell has won it. Craig Evans, a slower lap there on the last lap. Was it? Now, what about Division 2? Where are the Division 2 trucks? They'll be coming round the final corner now. Is it going to be Craig Evans or John Powell who takes the victory in Division 2? They're coming towards us now. It looks like John Powell's got ahead of Craig Evans. In fact, they come over the line. Yes, it's John Powell. Powell has won it. Craig Evans, a slower lap there on the last lap. Was it Evans who ran wide? We saw that cloud of dust at Paddock. It was. Oh, what a shame for Craig Evans. Losing the class win with just a couple of laps to go. What a disappointment for Craig Evans. Let's check out the results of that one then. Stuart Oliver taking the win, while Ryan Smith was given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. He drops down to 6th place behind David Jenkins and Simon Reed, Bradley Smith and Jock Borthwick now rounding out the top 5. Tom O'Rourke turns his weekend around somewhat in 7th, ahead of Michael Oliver, then John Bowler, Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner completing the Division 1 finishers. John Powell snatching the win late on in Division 2 from the unlucky Craig Evans. Adam Bint completing the podium among the Division 2 trucks. Disappointment there for Craig Evans. Paul Rivett in 16th place, Simon Cole a lap down in 17th, and Jim Bennett completing the finishers, all 18 trucks going the distance.
Incredible result. I completely, it's almost like I blinked and all of a sudden you were seconds ahead of the pack.
Yeah, I had a great start, you know. The start at Brands is always a little bit touch and go, and all credit to the boys in front. They maybe haven't got the experience as this old lad, but I managed to get a good start, get through and kept in tight, because the outside on Paddock Hill is not the place to be, so over the moon with that.
Fantastic, Ever. So it's a good start to Sunday. Not your first trophy of the weekend though, so that's good news as well.
Absolutely, yeah, that's right. We've got a big trailer to take them all home in, so we'll just keep piling them up.
I'll say you got a few from last year as well, I think, so plenty of room left, yeah. Stuart, thanks very much for talking to us. Congratulations. Well, what an action-packed race that was, with Stuart Oliver back on top. That's the 10-time British champion, of course, taking his first place for the season. We're heading to race 4 now. Let's see if he can do it again.
So it is Craig Reed, who finished 8th yesterday, who will take pole in truck number 68. 46 Bradley Smith alongside. Second row, number 3 Stephen Powell, the local man, and 32 Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Row 3, 89 Simon Reed, and alongside him David Jenkins in the 69 truck. Row 4, number 7 Stuart Oliver, winner this morning, and number 1 Ryan Smith, double winner yesterday. He's got to come through from 8th this time. On row 5 it's number 14 John Bowler, number 12 Michael Oliver. Row 6, 86 of Tom O'Rourke. He failed to finish yesterday's race, went off into the gravel and suffered broken steering, unfortunately. Simon Cole missed race 2 yesterday. He starts alongside, as did number 92 Simon Faulkner. He failed to take the restart, so he starts at the back in the 92. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks. They'll start in reverse order as well. Jim Bennett's number 28 in the set, and Atkinson will be at the front of them. Alongside him, number 22 of Paul Rivette. Then it's Adam Bint, number 5. Number 10, Craig Evans. And number 6, John Powell, going for his 3rd win of the weekend from the back of the grid. Craig Reed minus his front bumper after a bit of contact in, the front valance after a bit of contact in the race earlier on. Race 4 of the weekend then for the British Truck Racing Championship. Bit of steam coming from the water-cooled brakes on Adam Bint's truck. There is the DAF of John Powell at the back. The pace truck is into pit lane. Craig Reed and Bradley Smith on the front of this partially reversed grid. Can one of them hang on to take their first win of the season? 15 minutes of truck racing coming your way here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine on this Easter Sunday. The power comes on and away they rumble down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good start by Craig Reed, the man from Stoke in the Iveco Stralis. Will lead into Paddock for the first time. Good start by Stephen Powell there, just getting a bit of dust kicked up on the inside. They've all made it round Paddock for the first time. Let's hope they make it around Druids. Craig Reed has the lead. Stephen Powell making a move up the inside, side by side with his old adversary from yesterday, Jock Borthwick. Simon Reed behind them. They've all made it round, I think. Great stuff. David Jenkins running a bit wide there. We're on board with Craig Evans, giving chase to Simon Cole in the number 41. We're having a few teething troubles with his MAN, known as Eleanor, this weekend. He certainly hasn't gone in 60 seconds just yet, though. Craig Reed has the lead, though. Over the curve, and straight off goes Simon Reed. Goodness me. Straight on he goes, misses the tyre wall. And it's a good job he stopped. They got the truck stopped there and didn't cannon back into the pack on the other side there as they came out of Clark Curve. That would have been disastrous. Somebody else running wide there, Jock Borthwick, kicking up the dust out of Clark Curve there. He's lost some ground. Now, was there contact between Jock Borthwick and Simon Reed? We'll wait and see if we can get a replay of that. Bradley Smith is in 3rd place behind Stephen Powell. Stuart Oliver's up to 4th, and Ryan Smith is 5th. Now, something broke there. There was no contact. That was either a steering or brake failure. The truck just charged straight on. That was a scary moment indeed for Simon. Just went straight off there. No way he could slow the truck down, and he was very lucky. There was a lot of open space for that truck to come to a halt in. That could have been very nasty. On board with Craig Evans, back in the Division 2 pack. He's currently showing us 4th in Division 2 with John Powell ahead of him. Coming up on Simon Cole in the Division 1 machine. Yeah, Simon's still just getting used to his new MAN as Craig Evans goes through. Here comes David Jenkins up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, up into 4th place. Now Stuart Oliver looking ready to attack, but he's got to be mindful that Ryan Smith is there as well. Smith dodges to the outside. Stuart Oliver moves to cover. Here comes David Jenkins. Oh, Craig Reed's run wide, coming out of Druids. This is Oliver's opportunity. If he can get up alongside, he'll never go round the outside of Graham Hill Bend, surely. Still side by side. If Oliver keeps his foot in, he could take the lead down the straight. Yes, he's done it. Stuart Oliver leads. Craig Reed moving to cover there, but I don't think he'll stop Ryan Smith getting through at Surtees. No, Smith's going to go through into second place, and Jenkins could get third as well. No, Reed able to defend from Jenkins. He's down to third, and it's Oliver versus Smith for the lead now. Still plenty of time to go in this fourth race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch. See how much time there is to go as they come up over the line. Just over 7.5 minutes, so we're coming up towards half distance. And here comes Ryan Smith, here comes David Jenkins up on the outside as well. Ryan Smith is not holding back, he's going for the lead. Round the outside of Stuart Oliver, back to the inside. He's driving that truck like a touring car. David Jenkins to the inside on Craig Reed. He's surely going to go through here for third place at Druids. Yes, he's done it. Achievement to get 2 cars side by side successfully through Druids, never mind 2 trucks. Here's the Division 2 leader, Adam Bint, looking for win number 2 this weekend. On board with Craig Evans. He's 4th in the division, behind John Powell ahead there in the DAF. Second ahead of them, Paul Rivette, a better run for his MAN this time, the Napa Racing truck. The other Division 2 runner, of course, is Jim Bennett. He's been lapped. I believe Simon Reed is still running as well in truck number 89. He did get going, but he's a lap or 2 down as Ryan Smith. Oh, he tried a move there by the look of it. He's gone wide at Graham Hill Bend. What happened there? David Jenkins up alongside him. I saw something fly up into the air. Was there contact there between Oliver and Smith? Yes, Smith's still on the wide line. Throws the truck back across in front of David Jenkins. You know these two are deadly rivals. He does not want to let Jenkins by, but he's going to have to through Clark Curve there. Yeah, Jenkins up alongside. He's going to go through. Is there damage to Ryan Smith's truck? It suddenly seems not to be handling as well. Was there contact there with Stuart Oliver? We didn't see going into Graham Hill Bend. Ryan Smith was up behind Stuart Oliver coming down to Graham Hill Bend. I think he almost clipped the back of him, but he didn't expect Oliver to go so wide into the corner. It's enough to drop him back. He's back up the inside though on David Jenkins into Druids. He goes through. He'll be fired up now, Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver, you can see him moving to defend as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Is it going to be win number 2 for Stuart Oliver? This would tie the score at 2 wins apiece for the weekend. The decider will be race 5. With Craig Evans over the line of challenging John Powell for a podium place in Division 2. Here they come into the final couple of corners. I don't think Ryan Smith's going to do it. I think he's going to have to settle for second place. Stuart Oliver gets his foot down. Ryan Smith will try and get up alongside. He'll try the outside run, but he's not going to do it. Stuart Oliver takes win number 2 of the weekend. Ryan Smith second, David Jenkins third, covered by less than 1.5 seconds at the line. And well done, Craig Reed, a fine 4th place. Further back, Michael Oliver, his best finish of the season so far in 5th. Stephen Powell in 6th, then Tom O'Rourke, Jock Borthwick and John Bowler. And here comes Adam Bint, the Oxfordshire driver in the older Volvo. Is going to come in to take the win in Division 2. 3.5 seconds clear of Paul Rivette. He's led Division 2 all the way. We're on board with Craig Evans. He chases them home. Bint takes a clear win in Division 2. Paul Rivette gets his best results of the season in 2nd, and John Powell just holds off Craig Evans to take 3rd. They were the last trucks on the lead lap. Behind them, Simon Cole a lap down, then Jim Bennett. Simon Reed should come in as well. Trademark sideways celebration from Adam Bint. Shades of Kurt Goranson, who took so many wins in a Volvo similar to that in the late 80s and early 90s. And it was Stuart Oliver who went on to victory ahead of Smith and Jenkins, covered by 1.4 seconds at the line. Craig Reed in 4th ahead of Michael Oliver. Good result for him. Good battle with Stephen Powell. Tom O'Rourke 7th, battling fellow Scotsman Jock Borthwick. John Bowler taking 9th, and well done Adam Bint, 2nd win of the weekend in Division 2. Paul Rivette behind him ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans, then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the top 15. Simon Reed did get going again after a visit to the pits. He was the only other finisher because Bradley Smith sadly dropped out. Let's head down to Pointy in pit lane.
Once more this weekend, Mr. Stuart Oliver, let me give you a pat on the back, sir. I can't believe I'm talking to you again with Ryan Smith snipping at your heels that entire race pretty much. The pressure you must have been under to keep Ryan back the second half of that race. It was so close.
Yeah, I knew he was there, but I knew Dave was behind him and Dave wouldn't be giving him any grace, so I was sort of playing it a little bit But no, he was there without a doubt, you know, but I enjoyed it. That's what we come for, you know what I mean? That's proper good.
Well, you join us down here right at the far end of Parc Fermé, of course. That means because we're with the first place Division 2 driver, Adam Bint. Adam, congratulations on that win. Well deserved.
Yeah, it was a nice drive, and I managed to keep up the Division 1 as well, and it's nice to be mixing it up with other people as well.
It is interesting because obviously Division 1 on paper is just one group and then Division 2 separately, but out on the circuit we're seeing quite a combination of position changes, aren't we, where we've got Division 1s dropping back, Division 1s that are close to the front, and like you said yourself, the Division 2s getting mixed up in the action.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, new trucks and new bits of kit, and they're having teething problems, and obviously we're capitalising on them issues they're having, and it's just making for a good viewing.
Adam, thank you very much for talking to us. Let's get you over to that podium and give you some silverware. Adam Bint, first place, race 4 in Division 2 here at Brands Hatch. Well, would you, Adam and Evie? Stuart Oliver, in fact, making it 2 first place podiums for the start of the season here at Brands Hatch, and Paul Rivett taking his first podium of the season. Let's head over now to the last race of the weekend and see if we can get through this one relatively unscathed.
This grid is based on the race this morning, race 3 with the top 8 in Division 1 reverse. So it's Michael Oliver, number 12, on pole position alongside 86 Tom O'Rourke. Finally gets a decent start on the grid this weekend. Jock Borthwick on row 2, number 32, alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Hopefully he's ironed out his gremlins from the last race. Simon Reed, 89, on row 3. Ryan Smith on the outside of the third row in the number 1. Then David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, 2 wins apiece so far this weekend. Row 5, number 14, John Bowler, alongside 3 of Stephen Powell. And Craig Reed in the 68, 92 of Simon Faulkner. Simon Cole, we're told, won't be starting. Unfortunately, the 41 truck, he's had some teething problems with that. And yes, he's not there at the back of the field. Division 2, Jim Bennett, number 28, heads up the grid alongside the 22 of Paul Rivett. Then Adam Bint, number 5, and Craig Evans in the number 10. John Powell, number 6, at the back of the field. 2 wins apiece for Adam Bint and John Powell. Will we see one of those two take a hat-trick, or will we see a new winner? Revs beginning to rise from these 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines. Ryan Smith guides the number 1 Daimler Freightliner around. They're in line 2 by 2. Here we go. Tension mounts. The revs start to rise. Race truck is in pit lane. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke lead them up towards the red lights. The power is unleashed and away we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Good start by Tom O'Rourke from the outside in number 86. Looks like he's going to take up the lead. Oh, they've tangled. The 2 front row men go off and wallop straight in we go. Oh dear. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke into the barriers. That's surely going to be a red flag instantly. Yeah, the red flag is out straight away. Let's hope both the drivers are okay. O'Rourke tried to go around the outside, but he wasn't quite clear of Michael Oliver as he turned in. He comes across, there's the contact. No, they can't get away from each other, and then walloped. There's the contact as O'Rourke turned across Oliver. Big impact into the end of the tyre wall. O'Rourke's truck lucky not to tip over onto its side there. The DAF Pace truck makes its way into pit lane. Well done to everyone once again involved in the clean-up. Thankfully the drivers involved are okay. And here we go with our final truck race of the weekend. 12 minutes of racing coming your way. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith to lead them away. Here we go. Down towards that first corner, we're on board with Ryan Smith. He'll slot in behind Simon Reed as they move into the first turn. Bradley Smith trying to go around the outside. Drivers taking it fairly carefully through Paddock Bend that time. And away they go up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. Jock Borthwick has the lead in the number 32. Bradley Smith in second, then Simon Reed, Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. John Bowler gets leaned wide there by Stephen Powell. Craig Reed in behind. Board again with flying Ryan Smith. They swing their way through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. See, Ryan has the steering wheel set fairly high there, working the wheel as he heads down towards Cooper Straight, still in 4th place. Looking to get past Simon Reed in the 89. It's past the point where he went flying off earlier on today. The Reed trucks, you still can't tell them apart because they're now both missing their front bumpers. Who's leading Division 2? Looks like Paul Rivett has come through. Indeed he has, to take the lead in Division 2 ahead of Adam Bint. It's John Powell in 3rd, Craig Evans in 4th. Jim Bennett has already dropped back in the almost vintage Seven Atkinson Here are the Division 1 leaders, and Ryan Smith's got past Simon Reed. That was at the end of the previous lap. He's up to third. Now Bradley Smith's going to have to work hard to hold him off here. Oh, Jock Borthwick's gone wide, coming out of... Thought he was going to spin there, coming out of Druids. This is going to let Bradley Smith attack for the lead. No, Borthwick's held it. That was a dicey moment there. I thought Jock Borthwick was going to go spinning into the tyre wall. Here comes Ryan Smith. I said he'd make short work of Bradley. Surely it's only a matter of time before he takes Jock Borthwick for the lead. Now that's MAN is not handling well. Simon Reed back up the inside. Bradley Smith's going to fall back now, I think. And here comes Ryan Smith once again. Not going to take him long to get through here. He's on the inside line going down into Paddock Hill Bend. No, Jock Borthwick holds him off this time. Simon Reed's going for third on the inside of the 46 of Bradley Smith. Behind them, Jenkins and Oliver. A bit of contact there as they come up the hill towards Druids. We're on board with Ryan Smith. He's surely going to go through. They think it's all over. It is now. And Ryan Smith takes the lead. I said it wouldn't take him long. Took him around a lap to get through once he dealt with Simon Reed. These two have been the top men in Division 2 all weekend. Paul Rivette further back in third. Yeah, Craig Evans has dropped quite a long way behind. He's still there. And here comes Adam Bint. He's never going to get round the outside at Graham Hill Bend. You can't do that in a car, barely, never mind a truck. He might have him here, though. On the run up Cooper Straits. Can he get the nose down the inside into Surtees? This is going to be interesting. He's going through, surely. He's got the inside for the left-hander. No, you don't, says John Powell. Bit of wheel banging. Would you want to be wheel banging in two 5-ton trucks at that speed? And John Powell's held the lead. Here's the battle for second, and Simon Reed could be about to make a move here into Druids for second place in the Iveco. There he goes, up the inside, and he's through. Simon Reed into second place, but look at the lead that Ryan Smith has got. He's in a different league. Once he's clear of the traffic, he just clears off. Bradley Smith going well in the 46. Could he get on the podium here? If he can get ahead of Borthwick. Still these two side by side. Nothing to choose between John Powell and Adam Bint. And despite a couple less entries this season, it is going to be an interesting battle in Division 2, I think, this year for the title. Down the hill. Into Graham Hill Bend once again. Bint cuts back to the inside. Now he's got a run on John Powell. He's got the inside line. Is he going to go through this time? He's got to get it done before they go into Surtees. Yes, he's done it. Nice move. Adam Bint's been trying to do that for about 3 laps. Ryan Smith's just going quicker and quicker. He's done a 58.143 this time. And here's the battle further back. Jock Borthwick is getting more and more sideways in that MAN as he tries to hold onto a podium place. And bash! Oh dear. Tried to turn across there. Bradley Smith, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell all take avoiding action. Great cloud of tyre smoke. And that just about sums up Jock Borthwick's weekend. Unfortunately, been a trying debut in Division 1. He got sideways there, tried to turn it back. Bradley Smith couldn't avoid him. Here comes Ryan Smith, the Northside Truck and Van Limited Daimler freight lineup, run by Worldwide Truck Racing and driven by Ryan Smith from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, the undisputed king of British truck racing. 2 wins earlier today for Stuart Oliver, but Ryan Smith will set the record straight. It's going to be 3-2 between the two rivals. Ryan Smith crosses the line, takes the victory. No celebration at all from Ryan and the cab there. Second place goes to Simon Reed, and well done Bradley Smith, a fine third place. Stuart Oliver 4th ahead of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell is 6th, and these two still battling in Division 2. Craig Reed 7th, John Bowler 8th. The unfortunate Jock Borthwick will take 9th. For 10th overall, it's going to be Adam Bint. He's going to hold off John Powell. Here they come. What a great fight these two have had. It's 3-2 in favour of Adam Bint over John Powell. Paul Rivette comes over in 3rd. 4th will be Craig Evans. And Jim Bennett completes the finishes. Provisional results of that one then. Ryan Smith taking the victory ahead of Simon Reed by 6.5 seconds, and he got the fastest lap as well. Bradley Smith, a good third, his first podium of the season, ahead of Stuart Oliver, David Jenkins, with Stephen Powell in 6th position. 7th goes to Craig Reed ahead of John Bowler, then Jock Borthwick in 9th after spinning away a podium position after contact with Brad Smith. Adam Bint just taking the win in Division 2 by less than a second from John Powell, Paul Rivett, Craig Evans and Jim Bennett. A couple of trucks missing for that one, of course. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke didn't take the restarts.
Bradley, how the devil are we? First trophy of the season, that's got to feel great.
Yeah, no, it's a good way to finish a good weekend really. We tried to finish every race, but unfortunately last race we had a first handbrake pipe to put the handbrake on, which put the brakes on fire, but yeah, to finish on the podium, sorry for Jock, have a little love nudge down the bottom there, but yeah, it's good. Trucks were brilliant all weekend. Big thank you to Tim, Tom and Melanie at Unit 8 Motorsport for all the help, the shots. Brilliant people, brilliant advice.
Tim and Melanie, believe it or not, were actually at my wedding. They're great friends of mine, yeah. Really nice people. Unit 8 Motorsports, big in Europe as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, brilliant. Yeah, we've got Albacetti, brilliant driver, and great team. Brilliant at what they do, and yeah, it's brilliant.
Looks like they put some magic into your Ferns truck then.
Oh yeah.
Well, as you can see and hear behind me, drivers are back in trucks making their way back to their tents to pack up and go home. It's certainly been a fantastic and, let's say, eventful start to the 2023 season here at Brands Hatch for the British Truck Racing Championships. That's all we've got time for now though, so please do have a great month and we'll see you back at Pembury, South Wales.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
And I couldn't believe he'd left it there the whole time. It was crazy.
And upside down.
I know, I was embarrassed for him. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, we're down here in the paddock with none other than my favourite, and we're not supposed to have favourites, but I have got favourites. It's Michael Oliver. Michael, how are we?
Oh, you.
Now, today we've been doing a little bit of a segment just about talking with other drivers about their first ever British truck racing experience, their first race. Can you remember yours? Tell us about it. Where was it? What did you do?
My first race was in 1999 with my dad. I was in a caravan on the front of a low-loader trailer down in South Wales, Pembrey, and it was chucking down with rain all weekend.
Wow. And were you on circuit for that race, or...?
On circuit?
Oh yeah, when was your first actual driver race? When did you first race, as in you driving the truck?
Oh, me driving the truck?
Unless you took the caravan on the circuit in Pembrey. I've seen probably the same.
Because you didn't describe it very well.
I'm so sorry. Well, we're not starting again now. We're in it this far.
Do better.
I will next time, promise, sir. Sorry.
First time I drove was Brands Hatch, 2015, 16, 17, one of them years.
17 years later than we originally said in Pembrey. I was thinking, wow, we started young.
Yeah, well, I was 9. What do you want? I don't know what you... Phrase your questions better, do better.
I asked you when your first truck race was.
I'm trying to be a professional, you know.
Oh, God, sorry. I'm sorry, Michael. Did I tell you my favourite? Have we covered that?
So, yeah, at Brands Hatch, I finished 9th.
9th? Yeah. That's pretty good for your first ever race.
And there's 9 of us.
And you finished? That was 90. What do you mean? Come on, composure. Yes, very interesting. Tell me more.
Well, we started with 12.
Yeah.
And it finished with 9, and I was 9th.
Oh, wow. It sounds like a pretty standard British truck racing experience, to be honest.
Not for me, because I finished.
All right, okay. Well, I can see where this is going. So, you were how old at the time, did you say?
Oh, Christ. 27-ish?
That's impressive that he can remember. I can't remember when I was 27.
I think 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
10 years ago. Yours was 6 years ago. Mine was 10. You know what? This is great. This has been fantastic. And this is speaking to
what are you
Michael. I don't know. We're going to go and find some. We'll take each other. Come on. We're going to find some more drivers. We'll see you later. So, on the flip side of the GT-sponsored Team Oliver Racing tent, we're now here with Father Stuart Oliver, who recently celebrated your 60th birthday, sir. Many happy returns.
Thank you very much, Pointy. Yeah, trying to forget it, but you know, it's happened, so we just got to live with it.
Surely at 60 you'll be forgetting most things now, won't you?
Not quite. Not quite.
Well, whilst you've still got your faculties, we're going around the paddock this weekend asking about people's first ever British truck racing race. And to clarify, for Michael's sake, this is the first one you drove a race in, not just went to.
That's right, yeah.
Where were you? When did you do it?
I did it in Pembrey in 1998.
Oh, a year previous.
1990.
Michael thought it was 99. He let you down then.
98.
Wasn't paying attention. Taking points off you for that. He was 9 years old.
Yeah.
And how did that go for you? What did you think you'd let yourself in for when you sat on that grid for the first time?
I didn't know what to expect, really. It was a bit of a baptism of fire. I'd been a few times to watch truck racing from the early days, so I thought, well, you know, it got to a stage in my life where I was heading towards my middle age.
Yes.
I thought, well, if I don't do it now, it'll be too late. So I acquired a truck from Ricky Collett, which I was told was the best race truck ever.
They're always the best truck when you're selling them.
Correct. Yeah. So you know, he should be selling second-hand cars, Ricky Collett. But he got us hook, line, and sinker. Bought the truck, loaded onto a low loader with a caravan on the front. Off we went with Michael and his sister and his mum and down to Pembrey. We'd been around Carlisle Airport the previous few days earlier just to sort of have a bit of a shakedown, and you know that was it was okay. There wasn't any more trucks around us, so it was quite good. So went to Pembrey. Didn't really know anybody or anything about truck racing other than what I'd seen You know, the internet back in them days, you know, wasn't just as informative as what it is now. Don't think it even existed.
3 days to load a picture.
That's right. I just got that thing going, so buffering. So went to Pembury, and yeah, you know, really went really well. But the engine let go. It just the engine and my right foot just didn't sync.
Yeah.
The foot was too far down apparently, and the engine just blew. So, but up until then. You know, yeah, well, I do believe I think she won 1 or 2 races, and then it let go after that, and that was the end of the weekend. So went home, and then that was welcome to truck racing. Spend every weekend between the races fixing the truck what blows up at the races.
And just for those at home, has anything changed since '98?
Not one bit. Michael's got a bit older. Michael's got a bit older.
Michael's no longer in the caravan, getting his years mixed up.
That's right. Yeah, that's right now.
It's 99.
Yeah,
Get back in your car. Go on. Go and put the seatbelt on for him, somebody. So that was it. Wow. So what a memory. And it sounds quite similar to a lot of people how they got into British truck racing and realised, what have I bought? What did I buy? What did I buy this again? But it's too late then, isn't it? It's in your blood at that point.
Oh, well, that's right. Once you're in that seat, going around a racetrack, in full control, obviously.
Of course.
At 100 miles an hour, in 5.5 tons of metal that's been probably destined for the scrapyard in them
Back
days.
then with very little suspension and brake upgrades that we see today.
Correct, yeah. I remember coming here in 1998, which was the event after Pembury, coming up the back up Woodham Hill, and it was a fiberglass cabbed ERF truck, and the roof was flapping because it didn't have a lot of strength. So because the roof was flapping, the windscreen had nothing holding it in, so the windscreen just fell out when I hit the braking zone. So that was sort of the technology we were working with.
I feel like there were a better time in racing back then. You know, you could go around the marshals, could collect a free windscreen after the race.
Absolutely. After that, same year, went to Donington Park. Last corner at Donington Park was a chicane in the old days before it turned the start-finish straight. Drum brakes, not high-tech disc brakes, drum brakes, coming down the back straight under the old Dunlop Bridge that's disappeared, into the chicane. When I braked to go into the chicane, the S-cam brakes locked on the top, so the right-hand brake locked on. Turned in lovely because that brake was working. Went to go left, didn't want to go left, so I was pulling and pulling and pulling, and the steering wheel came off in my hand. So I ended up against the concrete barrier, down from the commentator's box.
Oh my
I
gosh.
opened the door, stepped out onto the concrete wall, and I could hear him on the commentator on the tannoy saying, "Stuart Oliver must have a big problem. Stuart Oliver must have a big problem." And I just climbed out and grabbed what was left of the steering wheel, which was the ring with no spokes. That's my problem. So yeah. So
wow.
fun time.
Wow, quite an entrance to British motorsport there for you then, Stuart. But of course, we've made many improvements since then. We've got a fantastic team behind you now. Son Michael obviously following very closely in your footsteps, and of course 11 championships under your belt as well.
That's right, yeah. You know, what a great run, like you say. You know, 10 British championships is fantastic, but then to do a European one in 2004 alongside the British, that one will take a bit of beating. And then the 2 championship wins in China in India back to back. You know, that was something else. And
Tartar, they're always so interesting to watch.
That was fantastic.
It's literally 20 of exactly the same racing truck with loads of different drivers, essentially.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, these babies are sort of well over 1,200 horsepower. I think we're about 320 horsepower. So it was all about momentum.
As close to the old days of picking a road-going truck and sticking it on a circuit.
They were absolutely identical. You know, there was no difference between the one at the back and the one at the front. It was just down to lunacy, probably.
Who had the biggest cojones?
Basically, yeah. So you know, there was 4 races, and I think I won 3 out of the 4, and I was second in the 4th one. But the main 2 championship races I won. So and then raced in China, raced in the Champ Truck Championship in America.
Yes. Wow, America. I bet it's a bit different over there, isn't it?
That's right. That was at Pikes Peak International Raceway, which Pikes Peak's famous for the
hill climb, of course.
But this was at the bottom of the hill, which was an international raceway. So I went there to Colorado, and that was a similar truck to this. It was a bonneted Freightliner, but it was basically the demo truck that they sort of promoted the championship with, and never raced it. And then they had all the race teams with all the race trucks, so they offered me to drive the demo truck just to be there as part of the thing. So there's 5 races. I won 4 of them. The fifth
In
one,
the demo.
the fifth race, it's on an oval, like a NASCAR oval, and you know when you watch the NASCAR when the guy's hanging over the gantry with the flags.
Yeah.
And I was about 3 or 4 laps into the race, on the 5th race, leading the race, and he was going like this.
Slow down.
What's going on?
You're embarrassing the professionals.
Basically. So I did a few donuts at the end of the start-finish straight, let them all go past, and then I still got on the podium. So it was
Unbelievable.
yeah,
Wow,
so
there's
some great times.
and not ending the claim to fames there. Are we allowed to talk about a certain show? Some say it's about cars, others say they might have had trucks. All I know is that once upon a time he was Trucker Stig.
That's right, yeah. I'm the Stig's truck racing cousin, which is another. That was a great privilege to be, and it's that was great working with them guys, and we had fantastic fun, doing what they, the things they do, just to be part of that.
It was in the heydays of Top Gear as well, with the trio, the original trio that we saw, and it must have been such a great crack to work with them.
Absolutely fantastic. We've done quite a bit, but the truck one with with the rig street, we're having the suit on, and the funny thing was there, the BBC had it all organised, everything was great, and we went to do the first day of sort of, they don't do a lot of rehearsals, it's just pretty much off the cuff, and we went, and they came with the padded suit, I have to say.
Yeah, we'll believe you, Stu. I'm sure it was padded.
That's right, the padded Stig suit. But being the truck driver, Stig, obviously he had a sunburned arm, because truck drivers in general.
It was driver's arm, isn't it?
Have a driver's arm. But they'd browned the wrong arm. Excuse me, guys, the race truck's left-hand drive, the right arm's brown. Oh, so that's a problem. So I ended up having to drive in the road truck, the tow truck, had to cover the branding over, drive in and get out of that and get in the race truck. So that's the famous walk from the tow truck to the race truck.
I remember
in the padded suit.
Yeah.
That's the important. It was a padded suit.
Definitely padded suit. You heard it here first. Well, it looks like we've got someone. Come on in. Come and get your autograph done. And look, say hello. Say hey. There we go. So, of course, this is the best part about the British truck racing, is that the drivers are always on hand to sign autographs for kids and adults. I was going to say for the kids, but the grown-ups are all about it too as well, aren't they? That's right. And so what a history. Well, I mean, it almost feels like we've had a bit of more of a biography of Stuart Oliver in British truck racing, which, to be honest with you, I've really enjoyed.
Yeah, thank you very much. But, if you've got another hour or two to spare, there's a lot more.
We'll come back. We'll come back. Yeah, it might rain again later, and we can loop back round to this tomorrow. Stuart Oliver, fantastic. What a career. Thank you very much. What a chat. Let's go and have a walk down the paddock now before he catches us again and see who else we can find down here at Thruxton to ask them about their first race that they drove in. So I'm down here at Thruxton Paddock, and I'm here with, believe it or not, 4 drivers, one of which not currently in the championship, Tony Smith, father of Bradley Smith, who is now entering from stage right. Of course, gents, just to let you know what the premise is today, we're going up and down the paddock asking about drivers' first ever British truck racing race. The one that you drove in the first time, you got behind a wheel on the starting line. Oh God, what have I done? If you can remember that far back, or even if you can remember it might have ended badly, you don't want to talk about it. Craig, what's yours? Where were you? What happened? How'd it go?
Pembury it was, and I think I won, actually. Yeah, with Luke Garrett behind me. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that was the one I remember, because I had bloody Luke behind me, and what happened is I remember that it rained, and I went out in the free practice, lost control of the truck on the old hairpin at the back of Pembury, and for some reason it gave me a load of confidence. And then from then, I just had Luke Garrett behind me, pushing me all the way around until I got the win.
So because you didn't completely bin it, you thought, I can do this.
Yeah, it's a bit like here today. It's who dares wins. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's incredible. And Tony, over to you. You're not doing it this year, but where was your first experience?
2016, 2015. Yeah, return from.
There's a lot of sons correcting dates today. Michael Oliver just corrected Stuart. No, Dad, it was 99. He's like, I think it was 98, Michael.
No, got asked out to take Dave out to pick his new truck up, Dave Jenkins, in Germany. While we was out there, was sitting under the awning having a few beers, as you do. He went, why don't you come and race my Sisu? here I was, you know.
So many of these mistakes, I mean decisions, have been made under duress and use of alcohol. So if you ever do come racing and you can afford a racing truck, make sure you don't hang out with any drivers because you'll end up with one. Bradley, your first race that you raced in wasn't too long ago, was it?
No, it's 2020 and COVID. I was lucky really to begin with because it was closed doors, no spectators, so I didn't really have much pressure and just went out there, started at the back and learnt, and here we are a few years later.
No one. I think that's the secret. No one watching, no pressure. I think you got away with it very lightly. Although essentially you were on one of the first ever Bark Live streams, essentially. So you probably had a lot more people than usually watching you. Simon Faulkner, how are we? I'm not sure I can. I've tried to remove that from my banks, to be honest. You tell us about it. How did you see it go down?
21. It was 21. Pembury. Yeah, it was good. You know, good start really. Yeah, a bit mad. You go out on the track and you go, what have I done here? But it all comes together somehow.
I remember you had a lot of engine trouble that year, which was very disappointing, wasn't it?
And last year, to be honest, and we sorted it this year. We spent a lot of money, so we're going good. We're going better now.
You're on the track. You get in there. A few improvements left to make.
A few to do.
Yeah,
and
just a few.
A few.
And now he might have had his ears burning recently. Of course, we spoke to Stuart Oliver about his first race in an ex-Ricky Collett truck that of course was sold in a much better way than it was delivered. Rick, you've been doing this for a long time, haven't you? And you've done Europeans. You've got a lot of races under your belt. When was your first race?
I think about 1990 or 1989. I can't just remember.
Wow. I mean, we won't push you for the exact date on that one.
And it was mechanics race. They used to have a mechanics race in that day. So you could fix the truck all weekend, and then if the driver let you, you could go out in the last race.
Oh, wow.
And I came second behind Billy Gray and in front of Ross Garrett, Laney Daff, Neil Fuller.
Some big names. The godfathers of British truck racing.
Yeah, all names, yeah. So, yeah, I was really pleased. And that were in wet as well, so I was really pleased with that.
Wow, that's incredible. And then tell us a bit more, if you can, about the truck you sold Stuart Oliver. Did you see him coming, or was he a lot easier to persuade than he lets on?
No, it was a bargain. It had been never raced or rallied, and one careful owner.
Oh, see, fantastic. Lady owner, right?
Yeah. No, they were a good truck. I don't know what Stuart's going on about.
Oh, I think it was just Stuart. Well, he did say later in the conversation that his right foot didn't get on with the engine, so I think maybe he might have broken it himself.
Ah, well, that's it. It were a big old Cummins, so yeah.
Well, it must have done some to break that thing then. My goodness.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it were a good truck. So there we go.
Ricky, thanks. Honestly, you heard it here first from the Lord's mouth himself. Thank you very much. Right, let's have a look if we can't find some more drivers and ask them about their first race.
Right then, thank you very much for joining us down here at the podium at Thruxton, which has been our first race of the weekend, and it's time to hand out some trophies. Absolutely incredible. It was worth all 15 rehearsals. I'm very happy. Right then. As they cross the line then, let's listen out for your names, starting with Division 2, of course. Check no one's played with my hats. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Adam Binns. I've even spread the Velcro out so it should go straight on everyone's heads. Yeah. And in second place, make some noise for John Powell. Well done, very good. Oh, my hat's falling off. Which, of course, Big Blue himself, put your hands together for Paul Rivette. Oops, easy now, thank you. Look, it was worth doing the Velcro. I'm very happy with the Velcro. Right then, round of applause for Division 2 top 3. And of course, as tradition dictates, we must get our one word wonder. So, to this weekend though, we're just going to let you say what you want to say. Thoughts on the race? Mixed conditions. Mixed conditions, okay. Fun. Alright, you actually got one word this time. Well done, Paul. Still thinking about it. That's a good enough answer for me. Make some noise in Division 2 top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now, on to the Division 1 results for the first race here of the weekend. And in third place, as far as I'm concerned, written down what I've got here at least, Dave Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Dave. I heard rumblings on the grapevine that things might be getting changed after lunch, so make sure you hide your trophies just in case, unless you want a bigger one. That might happen too, I don't know. It really is anyone's game. And now a very special trophy going out in second. Special, very special. Tongue fully out, please, Bradley. Make some noise for Bradley Smith in second place. What a way to start the weekend. Very good job, sir. You're over there on the 2. Oh, there it is. Which whether is here or not, taking the first place. We might have to have a stand-in. Put your hands together for Ryan Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Smith going once. Ryan Smith going twice. And come on. Come on. You take that. You got it. You put that on. Shake my hands. Other hands. I see it. Now go and stand in the middle. Well done. Ryan Smith, you look great. Go on, stand up. Don't worry. Just say move, Dave. There we go. Right. Round of applause for your Division 1 top 3 first race of the weekend. Dave's gone, Brian's gone, but I'm going to get a word with Bradley because he's hanging about. Come on, you've got to do your thoughts. Right, Dave, what are your thoughts? Slippy, I like it. Go on, Slippy, Bradley.
Oh, well, very exciting.
Exciting, what are your thoughts on the race? Slippy, you can't copy Dave. He actually did. Can't believe you copied him. All right, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We will, of course, be here, hopefully, straight after the next race. And that race is at 5 to 4. So we should hopefully be here by about 4:30, depending on how quickly we do everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for the trophy presentation here at Thruxton. 4:30-ish for the next set of trophies. Enjoy the rest of your day. If you're watching from home, you're about to see some interesting things going on around the paddock and the circuit today at Convoy on the Plain here at Thruxton.
So we're down here now with John Bowler in his very nice looking truck. It's new for this year. You put a lot of time and effort into this truck. John, tell us more about what we've got this year.
So we've got ex-winning Division 1 truck from last year. It's Ryan Smith's old truck for the end of the season. So we bought it as a chassis cab. We've gone to great extents over the winter to build it, replace parts, get ourselves into ready for a new season and a new division.
There's a lot to do on these things, isn't there? People think you just change some tyres and stick them on the circuit. It doesn't work like that, does it?
No, we've been non-stop since December until the week before we were racing.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. Now, we've been asking guys up and down the paddock this weekend about their first ever British truck race that they raced in. I have to keep clarifying that. Michael Oliver didn't get it. He just said, I went when I was 9, but no. Well, I know he's blessed it. Yeah. So when was your first race?
Brands Hatch 2016.
And how did that go for you?
We went out, the first testing session, the truck brake stuck on, so we were sat outside the paddock, couldn't move. Second testing session we went out and everyone went past us, so we thought, oh my god, we're doing terrible here. Turns out we were racing with the Division 1s, which was quite a surprise. Went out for qualifying and qualified third. So yeah, it was impressive. So first race we went out and I think the gearbox failed actually, but it was
I'm not surprised. I mean, you've got a history of slinging these things around Brands Hatch. I mean, we saw you earlier on in your career and you drove them hard.
Yeah, I'm well known for catchphrase drive it like you stole it. I don't know where that came from.
Well, someone must have watched you driving in the past, I think. Now, tell us more about what the truck is, what make is it, what engine have we got? You know, of course, we haven't really got a badge on the front that I can see, so what are we looking at here?
This is an MAN race built Division 1 truck. It was ex-FIA European truck built by, I think it was Jochen. I think its actual name's Diana.
Diana, okay.
Apparently so. So yeah, raced it, started its life up in Europe and then came into the British Championships. It's done several years in the British and it's now come to a merry place of Stockport in England.
It's crazy really that the heritage that these things have. Imagine if they had service booklets and you could go through them and find out where they've been and what they've done. It's just mental, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Now you very kindly offered to show us around the cab, haven't you? So can we have a look inside? Yeah. Okay, after you. Let's move on round. I'll let you climb on in, John. I'll go from behind, so you can see it's a bit of a climb to get into the cab. Now, very quickly then, can you see okay down there, John Boy? Brilliant. Oh, fantastic. We got a thumbs up from John Boy. So very quickly around the cockpit, I suppose, with all of these controls, we've got where a steering wheel would normally go, is that right?
That's correct. So we have a removable steering wheel because it's very tight in here, so we can get in and out. So that locks in, removable, so we're nice and safe.
Nice.
We run a fully recordable, hands-free 4-way camera system, which was installed by JH Installs in Manchester.
Wow, I mean, you literally can see all the way around the entire truck, can't you, with that?
That's correct. We've even got a camera internally, so as we're going around the track, the lads in the pits can see what's happening. If we're having any issues, they can see the front, the back, both sides of the vehicle, so they've effectively got like a live action playing as we're out racing.
So that's why drivers sometimes don't notice what's going on in front of them, because they're looking at every other angle but.
That's it, yeah. I mean, throughout the race we've got to keep on top of our water temperature, brake temperature. That's fully adjustable from here.
Yeah, so of course, a few people that have been following the British trucks for a while now are obviously aware that we water cool the brakes. So walk us through. We're going along, you know, we're mid-race now, everything's getting warm, everything's getting hot. What are you looking at? What are you twisting and pushing and all sorts?
So on the dash we run 4 brake temperature sensors, which work the 2 back brakes and the 2 front brakes. So we notice if we get hot spots in the wheels, as in if one brake is getting warmer than the other. From that I can work out if I'm going to get brake fade because the brakes are getting too warm. So how I'll work that is I run the 2 knobs here, that one's for the front brake and that one's for the rear brakes, for the water, and I can then turn the water pressure up, which will increase the water flow onto the brakes, and cool them down faster, which will improve the braking efficiency of the vehicle.
Which of course is completely backwards to any other vehicle on the road. If you put water on the brakes, you're in trouble really.
That's it, yeah, and any other race car or any other championship don't generally run water, or have to deal with this mid-race. So
that's exciting. So then back to the actual drivability of the truck. What are we looking at? The RPM, oil, boost. What's on this screen over here?
So we have a CAN bus system, which is run through this 3 different handsets here. They operate your lights, your water brakes, your pressures, your rear rain light, your indicators, your horn. So whilst we're going through the race, if someone's in the way, I need to give them a beep on the horn. I can do that. You don't really have time to look, so you've got to sort of memorise where everything is.
So let's just get this straight. You're doing 100 miles an hour in something that weighs over 5 tons in weight, and at the same time as trying to avoid other trucks and get past the ones in front of you, you're having to pilot this thing, watch pressures, sort out the water pressure on the brakes to up and lower the amount of spray. There's so much involved. And how do you actually change gear? I mean, how do you drive the damn thing?
So we run a ZF gearbox, which is a 4/4. So we've got 4 gears in high, 4 gears in low. Generally during a race, we're in Thruxton especially, we're only using 1 gear. So we're in top cog and you don't need to worry about them for the rest of the race.
Just control the whole thing on the revs all the way around.
That's it, yeah. You've got we run a petrol feeder engine, which is bought from a rental agreement from Spain. Really great engine, very powerful, on tap, so you've got 1200 horsepower with a touch of a pedal.
Wow, that is just insane. And of course enough onboard cameras to start your own film company.
Yeah, quite, not too bad. So we've also got additional cameras here so we can see over the back if there's any issues around the engine bay or if there's been any damage throughout the race, and I can get an overview of what's gone on, and if I need to make a snap decision as in something drastic's going to happen, I can do that through seeing what's happening on the onboard cameras.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. So that is of course a quick look around the truck itself. Back down here now, John, I've got to tell you, that was a fantastic dismount. That was an incredible dismount. We'll wait for the other John to dismount also, and let's have a look at the engine now, shall we? which of course is a little larger than what you'd see under the bonnet of your car at home. So talk us through, of course, what this is that we're looking at. We've obviously got a huge chassis which comes through the entire vehicle front to back. How are these things built? I mean, they're all very similar in a way, aren't they?
That's correct. So they move from a standard truck. The engine is generally mounted underneath the cab. What we do is we move the engine back so the central of gravity is lower to the ground and it's more central between the wheels, so it allows you to have better cornering.
It's as I say, it's interesting that people look at these things. I mean, people look at lorries on the motorway without a trailer on the back and they go, oh, it looks like it's going to fall over. And when you explain to them actually that 70 to 80% of the entire weight of the vehicle is probably below chest height, it's incredible. So what engine are we looking at? Because there are different engines in the championship. We see some that look like this, and then some which have got silver headers on them and stuff like that. Now I know what they're called, but tell the people at home what the difference is.
So this is an MAN D28 petrol feeder engine, D26 sorry, petrol feeder engine. We've run this for the first year this year, and we plan on using it for the next few years. There are similar options available that run in the championship. Some are a little bit more horsepower, so they have a bit of an advantage in comparison, but then they don't always have the reliability.
So you're squeezing them a bit too hard sometimes?
Possibly, yeah. But I mean, with what we're doing and how we're set up, it suits us and the way our team's set up.
Now, with regards to cost, obviously, why doesn't everybody have a D26?
Cost is quite extensive. I've got to thank the sponsors first up, that's every one of them, which is displayed in our livery. If it wasn't for all of them, we wouldn't be here today. So it's very important just to make that clear that it is heavily reliant on sponsors and the people we're working with throughout the year.
It's important to mention that, definitely. I mean, the whole sport in general would be very difficult to do without the support of outside entities such as sponsors. They really do make it possible for people at home to enjoy, as well as the drivers able to enjoy it whilst racing. So let's just go through a couple of the components then on the engine at the back. So we've obviously got the block itself. And then we've probably got some kind of ECU looking at with all these connectors on, is that right?
That's correct. So we've got the main engine with it's a common rail system. We've got the ECU on the side. We've also got, if you look towards the front, we've got an intercooler which is set up vertically, so it has the maximum amount of airflow to go through it.
So that 2 foot by 2 foot radiator looking thing is actually an intercooler just for air?
That's great. It cools the air before it goes into the engine.
Wow.
It improves the density of the air so we can fit more into the cylinders to give you more horsepower.
And of course then, if we probably just try and whiz round the other side, we'll have a look at probably my favourite part of the engine. John, just careful as you come through this tight gap here, mate. We don't want you KOing. Over to the turbo. And this is something you're probably not going to find in Tesco's car park bolted onto the front of a VXR, is it? This is something a little bit more serious.
That's correct, yes. It's a full water-cooled turbo. And that keeps us at 1200 horsepower constantly without any aggravation.
The director in my ear having kittens at the size of this turbo is absolutely insane. And is this discoloration intentional, or is this just something that you chose?
No, that was polished steel when we first bought it.
Oh wow, so the heat has literally just completely obliterated that.
That's correct, yeah.
Oh my goodness me. Well, I don't know about you guys out there, but I feel like we know a British truck racing truck now a lot better than I think we ever have done. John Bowler, thank you so much for taking us around your truck. Diana, as is we now know the name, all the way from Europe. And again, fantastic luck for the rest of the weekend. John Bowler, ladies and gentlemen, watch out for him on the starting line at the next race here at Thruxton.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. all for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Chance to catch up with a few of the drivers to talk to them about their first truck race. So back down here in the paddock at Thruxton, I'm joined with Steve Powell. Steve, of course you're sharing a garage this weekend with first time truck racer Neil Yates. Give us, before we get to you of course, very important, give us a little bit of background of what your guys have been through in the past few weeks sorting this truck out.
So basically he's wanted to have a go for a little while, so I sort of pushed the button on it, rang him one day, I said, do you fancy having a go? He said yeah. So I got him a lorry in a half hour. We brought it home. It weren't quite.
As you do.
Yeah, it weren't quite what it was meant to be. So the boys have worked for 3 weeks, 285 hours on it, and they've worked so well. And it's so nice to bring another newbie into the championship. This is probably the 6th person I got into it, and to be one of the sponsors as well and share it with him has been brilliant, you know. So and he's done really well, and I didn't question how well we do. I knew he'd enjoy it, and it's brilliant, you know. And for the boys, what they've actually done, to see that go around and finish qualifying, and the times are good enough. They get better, you know. But it's credit to that team, you know. To be fair.
Will Neil be coming round for the rest of the season with you guys now?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to run us too. Yeah, so we've got a new trailer coming for the next event, Donington. That was where we was planning to go, but I thought we'll push the button, get it done early, get for Thruxton, because Donington's a big event and it's a bit easier around here. As much as it's fast, it's not as technical as Donington, so it get his sort of pop his cherry here, and then it'll get better as we go forward through the year. But it's just good. I mean, Division 2 struggling a bit, so it brings out another truck for that, get the numbers back up to the 20, so it's good for the championship, good for the sponsors, all round really. So
speaking of popping your cherry with truck racing, that leads me on to my next question. Can you remember, hopefully you can, your first ever truck race? What was it, when was it, how did it go?
I can, I'll never forget it. It was 16 years ago at the Nürburgring. I had a Volvo. I've never driven a lorry, never even put it in second gear, and that's the truth. And I woke Ashley up at 4 o'clock in the morning and said, if you wanted coffee, I told him it was 7. I couldn't sleep, and literally you pull in through the Paddock in Germany, like you're in crawler gear. Went through the pits, got up to 4th gear, and I thought, yeah, this is all right, you know. And we overtook one lad and never looked back since, you know. And like to see Neil do this today brings back a lot of memories, you know. And like Germany, it was like 180,000 spectators. It was a big gig. But I mean, even here now, I mean, there's enough people here to sort of worry you a bit. And not only that, I mean, without the testing here, he's gone straight out into qualifying. We had free practice at Germany. Like he's had to like mind the traffic behind him because they're all putting in fast laps. It was for him and what he's done, it's a great achievement, and for the team, you know. And I'm super proud. People say to me, "What are you getting out of it?" I'm getting that smile, and it's brilliant for me. You know what I mean? And it's we keep saying we're going to give up this year, but I've been saying that 6 years. So
A lot of drivers say that every year. I think.
right, yeah, we've got a couple. Well, I mean, you've got Stuart Oliver at 60 plus, so I think we're all right for a good few years, you know.
I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be all right.
No, it's just great to bring someone new into it, and he's a lovely lad, and the family are beautiful. So, and to see the team, what they've achieved. I mean, Ashley was sleepless last night, and to see his smile it's brilliant, you know. So.
Fantastic. Well, a great team effort. Steve, thank you very much for bringing another driver to the pack, and of course we'll look forward to seeing you out for the rest of the weekend.
Let's hope so, yeah.
Thanks, Steve. Steve Powell, ladies and gentlemen.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Right then, good afternoon. As you at home probably know, we're of course at Convoy on the Plain here at Thruxton Circuit in Andover, and I'm joined now by Keith Robertshaw, who is heading up the sales this weekend for a name we've known in British truck racing before, Colson Trailers, but we also know of another Colson in the recycling side of things. Have you got any dealings with that bit?
I'm not dealing with the recycling part, but I'm main to chair up the sales. So run as 2 separate companies within one group.
Right.
Colson Trailers was introduced purely because our chief executive was sort of tired of buying trailers that weren't fit for purpose. So we had an opportunity to build his own. So that's really what spawned the idea.
Right, I see. So from the recycling side, purchasing off other people, they weren't good enough, and it's like, you know what, we could do this better ourselves.
Yeah, dead right. So then 2 years ago we introduced the first trailer, which was introduced into his own fleet, and then it's spawned by other people requiring to buy them, and then alterations and more models, different variations for different haulage applications.
Now trailers are obviously a massively underrated part of the haulage industry really, because everybody looks at the tractor units, the trucks, the cabs, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, they look lovely, but really they wouldn't be able to do anything without what they're dragging behind them. Now obviously we can see behind quite a good array of specialist trailers. Run us through then just quickly from left to right. What have we got over here, this big grey crinkle cut thing?
Right. That's our scrap box. So basically it's designed for strength and light. It's not the super lightest thing on the market, but it's certainly the strongest, and purely that's just for scrap.
So that can basically carry more waste material because it's slightly lighter overall, which means essentially you can fit more in it with your load allowance.
Yeah, and because it needs to be durable, because of the materials it's carrying, the material it's made of makes it heavier than an aluminium trailer. So you're restricted on what weight you can carry, but certainly on what materials you can carry.
Right, so there's a lot more hardware in. And then over to that, then the grey one. Again, these are like hydraulic tippers. Is that what am I right in thinking?
Yeah. These are half pipe design tippers. They're all made of Paddocks, which is a super hard steel. That one is a particular size because a customer required to use a very, very abrasive material but couldn't get the volume onto a standard half pipe tipper. So he asked us, the small one's no good. We just said to him, well, if the small one's no good, we'll just build you a bigger one.
Make a bigger one, yeah. I mean, is that literally all there is to it?
Yeah. Our CAD design team behind the trailer designs is so efficient that we can tell them to make any alterations, any weight, any structure, any size, and they'll give us the results as to whether there'll be any different stress points. So we can say to the customer, well, we can't do that for you because it'll create this problem or that problem, but we can do this.
You'll find them an answer as well.
Yeah, are you happy with the solution?
Very interesting. So what kind of stuff would you be transporting in a half pipe design like this?
The majority of it will be aggregates, stone aggregates, that sort of, or muck away, general site clearances. But the 45 cube was designed for recycled bottom ash out of the recycled power stations.
Oh wow, I see.
Because it's so abrasive, because of the nature of materials that they burn. It could be, I don't know, bed spring.
So proper waste. Yeah.
Proper waste, stuff that's incinerated will create a different waste. So it's quite abrasive.
It'll start to eat away and destroy the trailers if they're not made properly.
They're just worn out, they just wear them out. Because two surfaces rubbing together as a natural effect, one of them's going to wear. And the weakest one's 9 times out of 10 been in the past the trailer because there wasn't the materials or the manufacturers making trailers of a heavy duty steel. Right. So, again, another Coulson win.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, it's all coming up Coulson at the moment, isn't it? And we've obviously got an absolutely beautiful bull-nose Volvo here. Is that in the company, or is that something you are?
That's Ryan Coulson, chief exec. That's basically I won't say it's a personal collection toy.
I know, but it's something he's very proud of.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's put an awful lot of effort into it.
Should we have a little look around it?
Yeah.
Obviously, we know Ryan Coulson used to be in the British Truck Racing Championships, but he doesn't want to talk to us today. A little bit camera shy for the big lad that he is. You'd think he'd be a bit harder than that, wouldn't you? You've got to be careful, he's your boss.
That's right. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the only right-hand drive NH12 in the country.
Wow, okay.
They were nearly all built left-hand drive.
I see, so for use in Europe, I take it.
But our boss, being our boss, they wanted one that's absolutely perfect, but it wanted to be right-hand drive. So it was sent away to a company in Wigan, I can't remember the name, to have all the interior redone in leather. The interior's absolutely...
Redone it to be a right-hand side. Is it open, or...? I bet it's not open. It's not open. Right, who's got the key to the truck? Crack it open. Come on, drive. Let's have a look inside it. And of course, we've got some show trucks here. So we've obviously got a lot of show trucks here this weekend because it's one of the Convoy events. This is extremely modified, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt, yeah.
Wouldn't be taking this down the quarry with a half pipe.
No, some people do. I mean, it's all geared up for tipping gear, but it was specifically built and designed and liveried up for the trailer's delivery truck. So this is the unit we use. If a customer wants it delivered, then we use this truck for the delivery.
Because it's fresh, shiny, beautiful. Look what we've brought your lovely new trailer with.
It's all about image.
It is, and what an image, and getting to see that and a brand new trailer going down the road. I mean, this was actually used yesterday for shunting all these other trailers in, wasn't it?
We spent an entire 2 weeks. We started off at Warwick at the Road Expo show.
Yes, I saw you there. Yes.
So So then we moved directly from there. Thank you for that.
The pace truck is moving from TRP, truck and trailer parts.
So then we moved to the Three Counties Truck Fest.
Right, yeah.
Malvern.
Of course, Malvern Showground.
Yeah, Malvern Showground. And then from there we moved down here. So bless the truck, it's just carried trailers backwards and forwards for the last fortnight.
Just keep A to B to C to B to A constantly.
And again, a great advert, isn't it?
It is. The more it's out there, and which is, I mean, I'm a plumber by trade, and having your sign down the side of your van, it's getting your name out there. People notice you around, and that's what it's all about.
Without a shadow of a doubt. And if you're going to do it, you're going to do it properly, aren't you?
You are. Has the driver opened this now? Has he opened it now? He has. Oh, here we go. Oh wow, look at that. That is absolutely immaculate in there, isn't it?
Loving memory to Ryan Colson, which was loving memory to that was Ryan's grandfather, Ray. So the story behind the interior is exactly the same as his Overfinch Range Rover. So he took the Range Rover to Wigan and said, I want that design of interior in this truck. So
Wow.
the whole thing, moonshines in the roof, the door panels, I mean, it's just superb.
Night heater, battery aircon. I mean, it really is everything. And even with the little duck on the dashboard there, with an homage to, of course, everyone's favourite film, Convoy.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
That really is great. And of course, the airbrushing on the side of these things. I know some trucks now are going down the vinyl wrapping route, aren't they? I think that's a bit of an issue with some of the old guard, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, yeah, without a doubt. Because if you don't keep using these guys, then the trade's going to disappear.
It's true, you will lose the skill like anything.
Yeah, definitely, without a shadow.
And then one last thing just to quickly talk about, we'll just shut this so we don't have any mischievous hands. This old boy over here, obviously, has got some heritage behind it, another Volvo, but the trailer that it's on looks a bit different to what we're used to seeing. Talk us through the truck first of all, what we've got on the back of it.
Right, this is the same truck, well, not exactly the same truck, but Ryan bought it for his dad, Alan.
Right.
For a Christmas present or something, I can't remember what it is. But Alan had been trying to buy this lorry off this particular guy for years. I won't sell it. And Ryan rang the guy up and said, look, my dad's absolutely desperate for this truck. Please don't sell it him. I'll buy it, I'll renovate it. And the picture of the lorry on the side is actually Alan Colson's lorry that he drove last, with the same registration number, so it's got a lot of sentimental value.
Oh wow, that is lovely. That really is lovely to get.
If you go to the back,
let's have a look around the back. John, have you got this truck on the side here, this airbrush truck, which obviously what this truck was designed on, which was the last truck that Ray drove, Alan drove. Wow. So yeah, it really is a huge sentiment, and what a condition that this vehicle is in. And John, what have we got at the back, Keith? Sorry.
So on the back of the cab, look, you've got 4 generations.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness, I've not noticed that. That's incredible. Oh wow, yeah.
So you've got grandfather Ray on the left, and then Ryan is the tallest chap.
Yep.
And then the young child is Ray Junior.
Of course.
And then Alan, which is Ryan's father.
Wow, the true family affair.
Ray, great grandfather, Alan father, Ray son, and then grandson.
Wow, that is so emotional, isn't it? Really, to have that, and of course in memory as well of the chairman. Look at that, that's awesome. I love that. That's really, really nice. And what a wonderful way to commemorate someone's history and someone's life. It's
a life spent in haulage.
A life spent in a family spent in haulage. And speaking of which, to finish off then, tell us a little bit about this very interesting looking trailer. Am I right in thinking this is like an articulated loader that can change pretty much every bit of it? Is that right?
Yeah, just about. It's got extended sides, it's got a hydraulic deck in the neck, it'll extend 4 metres, it's got a front lift to the rear steer, and it was really sort of commissioned by Ryan Colson for Colson Plant Hire, who now run 200 pieces of plant equipment.
Of course you do.
Because
plant isn't small, especially when we're talking aggregate recycling. There's some big diggers.
And it's placed to 85 tonne with some of the tracked units that Colson Transport have. 760 double drive Volvos that are plated for that sort of weight.
Well, that's amazing. Well, look, Keith, thank you very much. Oh, go on.
Before you go,
Before I go,
we just want to mention the new ag light which is our new super flagship, which is a steel trailer that weighs 6 tonne 400, with all the wheels and sheet, everything included, and it's only 200 kilos heavier than aluminium.
And for more information on that, where can we look?
Just give us a shout on the website.
Website which is?
Or www.colstontrailers.co.uk.
There we go. There, and the shameless plug to finish it off. Keith, thank you very much for showing us around this history, this heritage, and what a fantastic bit of trailering we got going on. Check out the website, and thank you for joining us here at Convoy on the Plain.
It's a pleasure. Pleasure.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Well, we've got lots of on and off track action here at Thruxton Circuit, but of course we're here with some very special guests, one of which is their birthday. First of all, let's get some names. You are?
Joe.
And you are?
Stephen.
Now, Joe and Stephen, you guys follow the British trucks very, very closely, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
And of course, Joe, you've been known now for quite a while to be trolleying round the paddock with Clive, your very well designed little charity money box with the minion livery on the floor down there. Tell us a little bit more about what the story is behind this.
It's in memory of one of my work colleagues who suddenly passed away, but it's helped raise money for British Heart Foundation because Stephen had a heart attack 2 years ago.
Silly Steve.
And for autism awareness. So last year, pulling him around, we raised £900.
Wow, that's incredible. So, of course, you guys, pay to come to all of these events as well. It's obviously a great passion for the both of you, but to be able to give something back like that as well is incredible, isn't it?
It's a great achievement, yeah.
Now, Steve, obviously with your ticker all fixed up now, let's not have any more of those none more of that nonsense. What on earth are we looking at here? Because I'll be honest, I am desperately trying not to play with all of them. Why are they here? What are you doing?
So basically, they are Tamiya TT01E chassis, they're Renart or Team Hahn kits that you can buy off the internet. I literally started off with 3 trucks, and then it was this time 3 years ago that the first truck that we built, which was Luke Garrett's green one, I literally...
And that's over to the right.
Yeah. So I approached Lisa and Luke and said, I want to build a truck. And I want to build yours, and they turned around and said, yeah, as long as it's ready for Donington Park. And then, like I said, there it was, we turned up at Donington. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, mate.
And then to the left of that one, we've obviously got some very familiar faces. Let's start all the way over here then at last year's 81, Mark Taylor, he's of course in the Europeans this year with a black truck. Oh, we've got the new body over here in the black.
Yeah, so we've got this one for this year. Ours loads, mate. We're doing.
And you've done, and then we've got the OG Steve Powell in the number 3.
Yeah.
Ricky Collett's still looks very similar to that one, which is good.
Steve Powell, new one.
New Steve Powell with the black stripe.
Bless her.
Oh.
Then some of the old-fashioned ones, the LRS Lantern one of Ray Coleman's.
Well, old-fashioned only in the fact that it was a couple of years ago he raced, but it's still a serious piece of kit, that is.
And then we've just sort of built from there. It's literally got bigger and bigger. Second truck to build.
So do you do this as a business, as a hobby? I mean, they're on show here, obviously.
Yeah. So basically, we do them as a hobby. We do sell them to customers, like most of the teams. Like Ryan's one, we've done his last 7 trucks for him.
Because we've got Ryan Smith over here in the corner, the Merc that he had last year, I believe, and then over on the right we've got this year's
so you've got the one that
Daimler Freightliner
championship with, and then the one that he finished the championship with at the bottom.
That's it. And of course, one of my favourites from the Europeans, who we might actually get to see,
Mika Mäkinen,
Mika Mäkinen, Mad Croc. Now, he used to drive around in a Sisu bullnose with box springs, absolutely terrible truck essentially for racing in, but he was brilliant. Dominated the Division 2 in the British trucks, I think about 3 years ago, just before COVID, and he hopefully will be joining us at Donington this year when we welcome the Truck Prix from the Europeans over to Donington Park. Well, we've not just got trucks here then, have we? Obviously some very familiar ones. We've also got some minis at the front here. This is a 2CV, and they usually do endurance races alongside the trucks.
Yeah, so basically, I'm going to be honest with you, when you watch the 2CVs driving around, they go around like snails. That thing is definitely a lot quicker than them. I'd love to put one up against
I'd say it's probably quicker than a real 2CV, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And then behind you here is something that are definitely with us this weekend, which is of course the British Pickup Truck Racing Championship. I know a few of the guys in that, of course, the Tresler twins and the family as a whole. Great guys. What made you want to start branching out with these?
It basically first started off, Joe wanted a pickup truck, so we built a Rhys Jones. That's his 2020 truck. Then I was approached by Jamie Liptrop, which I've done both of his trucks for him, and then I ended up building one for myself. So, and unfortunately, Jamie's ones are a lot slower than what that one is. That one would do probably 60, 70 mile an hour now.
That's insane. And how many hours, for example, one of these trucks, you know, with loads of logos and livery that you've obviously painstakingly recreated for all of these little manufacturers that you've got on there. Of course, the Jock Borthwick, My Name is Doddy, liveried up MAN over there as well in the white. Of course, Jock not with us this weekend because we all know he's had a bit of a boo-boo over in the Isle of Man.
Yes.
How long would these take you on average?
Well, I mean, we only do it as a hobby, so we've both got like full-time jobs, so it's only either evenings or weekends. I mean, you're talking, I don't know, 3-4 months, something like that, to build one.
Wow.
And then it's like, with all the sticker side and that, we use a guy, absolutely quality. He is really good. We literally send him logos and what size is, and then he sends back, I mean, like the, wherever it is, the Sasha Lens one we've just done. So those stickers turned up yesterday. So yeah, brilliant, mate, absolutely brilliant.
Wow, that's so obviously a passionate thing to get into, and you've got to really work at it. Well, thank you so much for running us through this. It really is incredible. There's obviously a lot of work gone into these, and these are the kits essentially if anybody else wants to get involved in the hobby. Is there a kind of group on Facebook or an Instagram page that these guys kind of get involved in?
I mean, you can basically buy the kits off the internet. They're not cheap, I'll be honest with you, at the moment. But
how much are you looking to buy one of these to start off with?
You're talking sort of £300.
Wow! I mean, then again, the real ones aren't cheap, so it makes sense.
And then as for clubs to race them, if you want to race them, just literally again go on the internet. There's loads of them around the south coast here where we're based. So yeah, no, it should be pretty good, mate.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Steve, and of course Joe. Happy birthday again to Joe. If you guys want to head down into the corner of the paddock, hi there, hello, then make sure you come and say hello from us, and we will catch up with you guys later on. Okay?
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Cheers. See you later, guys. Cheers. And I couldn't believe he'd left it there the whole time. It was crazy.
And upside down.
I know, I was embarrassed for him. Hi ladies and gentlemen, we're down here in the paddock with none other than my favourite, and we're not supposed to have favourites, but I have got favourites. It's Michael Oliver. Michael, how are we?
Oh, you.
Now, today we've been doing a little bit of a segment just about talking with other drivers about their first ever British truck racing experience, their first race. Can you remember yours? Tell us about it. Where was it? What did you do?
My first race was in 1999 with my dad. I was in a caravan on the front of a low loader trailer down in South Wales Pembrey, and it was chucking down with rain all weekend.
Wow. And were you on circuit for that race, or?
On circuit?
Oh yeah, when was your first actual driver race? When did you first race? As in, you driving the truck?
Oh, me driving the truck?
Unless you took the caravan on the circuit in Pembrey. I've seen probably the same.
Yes, you didn't describe it very well.
I'm so sorry. Well, we're not starting again now. We're in it this far.
Do better.
I will next time, promise, sir. Sorry.
First time I drove was Brands Hatch 2015, 16, 17, one of them years.
17 years later than we originally said in Pembury. I was thinking, wow, well, you started young.
Yeah, well, I was 9. What do you want? I don't know what you... Phrase your questions better, do better.
I asked you when you first truck raced.
I'm trying to be a professional, you know.
Oh, God, sorry. I'm sorry, Michael. Did I tell you my favourite? We've covered that.
So yeah, at Brands Hatch, I finished 9th.
9th? That's pretty good for your first ever race.
And there's 9 of us.
And you finished? That was 9. Come on, composure. Yes, very interesting.
Well, we started with 12.
Yeah.
And it finished with 9, and I was 9th.
Oh, wow. It sounds like a pretty standard British truck racing experience, to be honest.
Not for me, because I finished.
Oh, well, yeah, all right, okay. Well, I can see where this is going. So, you were how old at the time, did you say?
Oh, Christ. 27-ish?
That's impressive that he can remember. I can't remember when I was 27.
5 years ago, 6 years ago.
10 years ago. Yours was 6 years ago. Mine was 10. You know what? This is great. This has been fantastic. And this is dealing with, speaking to Michael. I don't know. We're going to go and find some.
Back to the hall.
We'll take each other. Come on. We're going to find some more drivers. We'll see you later. So, on the flip side of the GT-sponsored Team Oliver Racing tent, we're now here with Father Stuart Oliver, who recently celebrated your 60th birthday, sir. Many happy returns.
Thank you very much, Pointy. Yeah, trying to forget it, but you know, it's happened, so we just got to live with it.
Surely at 60 you'll be forgetting most things now, won't you?
Not quite. Not quite.
Well, whilst you've still got your faculties, we're going around the paddock this weekend asking about people's first ever British truck racing race. And to clarify, for Michael's sake, this is the first one you drove a race in, not just went to.
That's right, yeah.
Where were you? When did you do it?
I did it in Pembury in 1998.
Oh, yeah, previous. Michael thought it was 99, he let you down.
98.
Wasn't paying attention, taking points off you for that.
9 years old.
It was 9 years old. And how did that go for you? What did you think you'd let yourself in for when you sat on that grid for the first time?
I didn't know what to expect, really. It was a bit of a baptism of fire. I'd been a few times to watch truck racing from the early days, so I thought, well, you know, it got to a stage in my life where I was heading towards my middle age.
Yes.
I thought, well, if I don't do it now, it'd be too late. So I acquired a truck from Ricky Collett, which I was told was the best race truck ever.
They're always the best truck when you're selling them.
Correct. Yeah, so you know, he should be selling second-hand cars, Ricky Collett. But he got us hook, line, and sinker. Bought the truck, loaded onto a low loader with a caravan on the front. Off we went with Michael and his sister and his mum and down to Pembury. We'd been around Carlisle Airport the previous few days earlier, just to sort of have a bit of a shakedown, and you know that was it was okay. There wasn't any more trucks around us, so it was quite good. So went to Pembury. Didn't really know anybody or anything about truck racing other than what I'd seen. You know, the internet back in them days, you know, wasn't just as informative as what it is now. Don't think it even existed.
3 days to load a picture.
That's right. I just got that thing going, so buffering. So went to Pembury, and yeah, you know, really went really well. But the engine let go. It just the engine and my right foot just didn't sync.
Yeah.
The foot was too far down apparently, and the engine just blew. So, but up until then, you know, yeah, I do believe I actually won 1 or 2 races, and then it let go after that. That was the end of the weekend. So went home, and then that was welcome to truck racing. Spend every weekend between the races fixing the truck what blows up at the races.
And just for those at home, has anything changed since '98?
Not one bit. Michael's got a bit older. Michael's got a bit older.
Michael's no longer in the caravan, getting his years mixed up.
That's right, yeah. That's right.
99. He's 99. Get back in your car. Go on. Go and put the seatbelt on for him, somebody. So that's it. Wow. So what a memory. And it sounds quite similar to a lot of people how they got into British truck racing and realised, what have I bought? What did I buy? What did I buy this again? But it's too late then, isn't it? It's in your blood at that point.
That's right. Once you're in that seat, going around a racetrack, in full control, obviously.
Of course.
At 100 miles an hour, in 5.5 tons of metal that's been probably destined for the scrapyard in them
Back
days.
then with very little suspension and brake upgrades that we see today.
Correct, yeah. I remember coming here in 1998, which was the event after Pembrey, coming up the back up Woodham Hill, and it was a fiberglass cab ERF truck, and the roof was flapping because it didn't have a lot of strength. So because the roof was flapping, the windscreen had nothing holding it in, so the windscreen just fell out when I hit the braking zone. So that was sort of the technology we were working with.
I feel like there were a better time in racing back then. You know, you could go around, the marshals could collect a free windscreen after the race.
Absolutely. After that, same year, went to Donington Park. Last corner at Donington Park was a chicane in the old days before it turned to start finish straight. Drum brakes, not high-tech disc brakes, drum brakes, coming down the back straight under the old Dunlop Bridge that's disappeared, into the chicane. When I braked to go into the chicane, the S-cam brakes locked on the top, so the right-hand brake locked on. Turned in lovely because that brake was working. Went to go left, didn't want to go left, so I was pulling and pulling and pulling, and the steering wheel came off in my hand. So I ended up against the concrete barrier, down from the commentator's box. I opened the door, stepped out onto the concrete wall, and I could hear him on the commentator on the tannoy saying, "Stuart Oliver must have a big problem. Stuart Oliver must have a big problem." And I just climbed out and grabbed what was left of the steering wheel, which was the ring with no spokes. That's my problem.
Wow, quite an entrance to British motorsport there for you then, Stuart. But of course, we've made many improvements since then. We've got a fantastic team behind you now. Son Michael obviously following very closely in your footsteps, and of course 11 championships under your belt as well.
That's right, yeah. You know, I've had a great run. Like you say, 10 British championships is fantastic, but then to do a European one in 2004 alongside the British, that one will take a bit of beating. And then the two championship wins in China in India back to back. You know, that was something else. And
Tartar, they're always so interesting to watch.
That was fantastic.
It's literally 20 of exactly the same racing truck with loads of different drivers, essentially.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, these babies are sort of well over 1,200 horsepower. They were, I think, about 320 horsepower. So it was all about momentum.
As close to the old days of picking a road-going truck and sticking it on a circuit.
They were absolutely identical. You know, there was no difference between the one at the back and the one at the front. It was just down to lunacy, probably.
Who had the biggest cojones?
Basically, yeah. So you know, there was 4 races, and I think I won 3 out of the 4, and I was second in the 4th one. But the main 2 championship races I won. So and then raced in China, raced in the truck championship in America. Yeah.
Wow, America! I bet it's a bit different over there, isn't
That's
it?
right. That was at Pikes Peak International Raceway, which Pikes Peak's famous for the
hill climb, of course.
But this was at the bottom of the hill, which was an international raceway. So I went there to Colorado, and that was a similar truck to this. It was a bonneted Freightliner, but it was basically the demo truck that they sort of promoted the championship with, and never raced it. And then they had all the race teams with all the race trucks, so they offered me to drive the demo truck just to be there as part of it. So there's 5 races. I won 4 of them. The fifth
in
one,
the demo.
The fifth race, it's on an oval, like a NASCAR oval, and you know on the when you watch the NASCAR when the guys hanging over the gantry with the flags.
Yeah.
And I was about 3 or 4 laps into the race, on the 5th race, leading the race, and he was going like this. What's going on?
You're embarrassing the professionals.
Basically. So I did a few donuts at the end of the start-finish straight, let them all go past, and then I still got on the podium. So it was,
wow, there's and not ending the claim to fame's there. Are we allowed to talk about a certain show? Some say it's about cars, others say they might have had trucks. All I know is that once upon a time he was Trucker Stig.
That's right. Yeah, I'm the Stig's truck racing cousin, which is another. That was a great privilege to be, and it's that was great working with them guys, and we had fantastic fun. Doing what they, the things they do, just to be part of that.
It's in the heydays of Top Gear as well, with the trio, the original trio that we saw, and it sort of must.
If any of the drivers need them. Let's have a look at the qualifying times. And Ryan Smith about 0.4 of a second quicker in qualifying than David Jenkins. This is the second fastest time for each driver. So Bradley Smith, who was on the front row earlier on, now back on row 3 behind the Olivers. We saw how quick Michael Oliver was off the line in race 1. Stephen Powell 6th on the grid. A bit of a subdued run to 8th place in the first race. Craig Reed, the only one of the Reed brothers here this weekend. Simon absent with business commitments. So Craig Reed in the only Reed Freight Iveco out there, alongside John Bowler in his MAN. New to Division 1 this year, moved up from Division 2 last season. Richard Collett and Simon Faulkner on row 5. MAN and Iveco. On row 6 we should have seen Simon Cole, but I don't think he's there again, and Tom O'Rourke is there, having repaired the problems with his MAN from race. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 runners, Paul Rivets, the number 22, alongside Adam Bint, the championship leader in number 5. Then Craig Evans, number 10, 6 of John Powell. Gentleman Jim Bennett in the Seddon Atkinson, and Neil Yates in the DAF. Now, I did say at the last meeting that Jim Bennett's Seddon Atkinson were the oldest truck on the grid. In fact, it's not. John Powell's chassis is slightly older. So they're up to the grid then. They'll get ready for the rolling start. There is a grid walk that takes place after the lunch break tomorrow ahead of truck race number 4 of the weekend, so I'm sure Pointy is going to be down there to collar a few people for interviews at that one. Can anything stop flying Ryan Smith? He's had 6 wins so far this year. Had problems in a couple of races at Pembrey though. David Jenkins desperate for his first win of the season in his MAN. Michael Oliver's had 1 win. Let's thank all the other partners of the championship, as well as TRP Parts, Road Transport Media, coverage in Truck and Driver magazine, Commercial Motor Transport News as well, MV Commercial as well, Tom O'Rourke's business, supplier of new and used trucks for sale, Vision Track Vehicle Telematics, Freyhouse Trailers, Total Care Vehicle Lift and Testing Equipment, GT Tyres. I know Martin Gibson is still doing a lot of testing and development work for GT Tyres. We've seen him race, I believe, the MAN used by Michael Oliver here in the past, but he's concentrating on racing cars these days. Also MAN Truck and Bus and the Dines Motor Group are the other partners of the championship. We thank them all for their support. Stuart Oliver, a couple of wins at Brands Hatch this year in his Volvo, but he left Pembrey winless, had some problems in the 3rd race, had to make a pit stop and finished a lap down, which affected, of course, his grid positions for the rest of the weekend with the reverse grids being used. He did take a podium in race 4. So the 1 minute board is held aloft by the marshal on the left of your screen. The grid is cleared, and we're almost ready for the rolling starts. On board with David Jenkins. Driver's eye view for the man strapped in. You can see the hefty metal roll cage protecting the driver in his cab should the worst happen, as it did unfortunately in 2022. Ricky Collins here at Thruxton, he ended up upside down at Noble. Told his family, giving him strict orders not to do so again. He got caught out on wet grass and slid off on that occasion, hit the barriers and rolled. Just moments after Tom O'Rourke had also had a big accident. Can anyone stop Flying Ryan then? So he tries his march towards an incredible 8th consecutive title. Paul Rivette's looking for 2 out of 2 in Division 2, looking to whittle down Adam Bint's points lead. Division 2 a slightly smaller grid than in previous years. That's because quite a few runners have moved up to Division 1. Including Jock Borthwick, who we hope to see back out before the end of the season. We know he's keeping an eye on things today. Get well soon, Jock. A few comments coming in. Darren Campbell says shout out to the Bowlers racing team. That's the number 14. Mr. Smart Tech says come on team Bint. Daddy Mazzy says come on 86 Tom O'Rourke.
You can take from it. I mean, you're so concentrated on getting some heat in the tyres and the brakes, but it's just
on board with number 7 Stuart Oliver, complete with his mascot in the cab there.
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, they're not the most aerodynamic. Going to get run over. Not the most aerodynamic of things. I think the getting a toe off someone's really important.
92 there, Simon Faulkner, the Brooklands Plants Iveco. Craig Evans, desperate for his first class win in Division 2. He came within half a lap of his first class win at Brands Hatch, but then ran wide at Paddock Bend through the gravel and lost out. Hannah Fulcher says, come on Paul. I assume that means Paul Rivette. A member of the Fulcher family used to race in Division 2 a few years ago, I remember. Looking back from Paul Rivette, this will be an interesting way to view the Division 2 battle. There's Bint, Evans and Powell. I suspect the class win will go to one of those 4. Maybe a slightly smaller field in Division 2 this season, but certainly no less close in the championship. Here we go. Race 2 of the weekend for the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy on the Plain, here at Thruxton. It's a 2x2 convoy at the moment. Ryan Smith on the left in the bonneted Daimler Freightliner. Alongside him, David Jenkins in the MAN, and the Volvo of Stuart Oliver, Michael Oliver's MAN. Look out for Stephen Powell, scored his first ever Division 1 win here at Thruxton last season, the man from Kent. Could we see a first win this weekend for Bradley Smith? Don't forget the top 8s for this race will be reversed for one of the grids for tomorrow's races. Pace truck pulling off into pit lane, David Jenkins just setting himself up there on the outside line. Wait for the power to be unleashed as the red lights go out, which they do now. Michael Oliver was a little bit eager there on the outside. Here we go, down towards Allard. Ryan Smith makes a great start. Stuart Oliver trying to muscle his way through on the inside of David Jenkins into second place. Bradley Smith's got a good run on the inside as well. David Jenkins gets a couple of wheels on the grass. They're all the way okay through Allard for the first time up towards the complex. Bradley Smith trying to make a move on Michael Oliver. Ryan Smith a little bit of a lock-up, but he's got the lead ahead of Stuart Oliver, the 2 bonneted trucks. John Bowler's got away well too on the tail of Stephen Powell. Looks like everybody gets through the complex okay for the first time. Ricky Collett side by side with Tom O'Rourke. They had a bit of a bump in race 1 as well, I remember, and Simon Faulkner was involved there as well as they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. It's Ryan Smith who has got the lead in the number 1 truck, clear of Stuart Oliver, David Jenkins, Michael Oliver. Stephen Powell's got away well. He's up to 5th ahead of Bradley Smith. Good move by him at the complex. Then it's Craig Reed in the Iveco, John Bowler in the 14, then the 92 of Faulkner, who's leading Division 2. It's Paul Rivette ahead of Adam Bint, John Powell and Craig Evans. We're with the 22 truck as John Powell tries to make a move on the back of the circuit on Adam Bint, side by side. Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell. We said Stephen was a bit quiet earlier on. He bangs wheels with Michael Oliver. He's much more fired up this time. Here comes the number 3, the HGV Direct sponsored truck down the inside. Trying to take fourth place away from Michael Oliver into the chicane. One of them's going to have to yield. You won't fit side by side through there. And Powell's through up into fourth position. Bradley Smith just behind them. But it's a familiar face up front. Ryan Smith will lead as they complete the opening lap. He leads by 1 3/4 seconds over Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins in third place. They rumble and roar their way through into the second lap of this second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy on the Plain. Bradley Smith 6th ahead of Craig Reed. John Bowler 8th. Here comes Ricky Collins having a look at Tom O'Rourke. They've got the Division 2 pack behind them. There's Jim Bennett, the Seddon Atkinson, the 73-year-old. At the back of the field, Neil Yates on his debut. There is the number 33, just taking it easy at the back of the field, just learning the truck, learning the circuit, learning the sports. Paul Rivett, the multiple Renault Clio champion, used to support the British Touring Car Championship. Chasing now Ricky Collins, who's lost out to Tom O'Rourke. Good fight going on between that pairing. That's for 10th position. Paul Rivett's got to be mindful that Adam Bint is right there behind him. He was only third in Division 2, Adam, in the first race. He wants improvement here, the championship leader. He's a former Division 2 champion a few years ago. There are the leaders, Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver. 17 championships between those two in the UK. Stuart Oliver, an ex-European champion too. The Daimler Freightliner, that extraordinary Dayglow livery. You wouldn't miss that on the motorway, would you? Stuart Oliver's bonneted Volvo, neither. Well, bonneted trucks seem to be very much a rarity on the UK's haulage fleets. On board with David Jenkins, chasing Stuart Oliver for second place. 11.5 minutes of the race to go. Smith leads by 2.5 seconds. Stephen Powell giving chase up there in fourth. A better run from him this time. Michael Oliver trying to hold off Bradley Smith and Craig Reed. Next in the order, John Bowler. And behind him is Simon Fulton, improving all the time in only his second full season of truck racing. Started racing in one of the Reed team's Ivecos. And speaking of Reed, Craig Reed clips the back of Bradley Smith. That's damaged the front bumper. You can see the corner missing there from Craig Reed's truck. It's kept it going though. Just clipped the back of Bradley Smith. That's damaged the wheel arch on his truck as well. First real bit of contact we've seen in this race. Division 2 still led by Rivett ahead of Adam Bint and John Powell. Not so much sliding this time with the drier conditions. Here comes Craig Reed trying again for 6th position as they head towards Church Corner. But again, Bradley Smith swings across and holds him off. Reed will try again, I'm sure, at the chicane. Still Ryan Smith with the lead. They're closing up a little on Michael Oliver in the 12. The Reed Freight Iveco, the Ferns Group MAN. Here comes Craig Reed to the inside. He won't get alongside though. Behind them it's John Bowler heading Simon Faulkner. There's a Division 2 battle, still 4 of them together. And they're not far behind Ricky Collins in the 95. On board with Rivett through the chicane. See how narrow it is from that angle. And that's when your camera isn't filled, your mirrors aren't filled by that big black Volvo of Adam Bint. Very menacing looking truck, that one. It used to be blue and white, but the new paint job, very effective. Another famous driver raced all in black in America. He was known as the Intimidator, the late great Dale Earnhardt. See Dale Gent in the pickup truck championship racing tribute colours to Dale Earnhardt as well. Still putting Rivett under pressure. John Powell third in the DAF. Craig Evans fourth in Division 2. Jim Bennett fifth. Neil Yates is sixth. Ryan Smith leading by just over 2 seconds. In fact, Stuart Oliver closed in very slightly on that last lap, and Adam Bint is closing right up on Paul Rivett now. He's on his bumper there as they head out of Goodwood Corner towards Village and Church. Just under 9 minutes of this race to go. chicane. Adam Bint tries to get alongside, but he'll be on the outside for the first element of the Napa MAN. Bint Racing Volvo, first truck to run on HVO fuel in this championship last season. It's now been adopted by everyone. It's a greener alternative to regular diesel. Side by side again there between the 46 and the 68, Bradley Smith and Craig Reed. And they're closing on Michael Oliver, the number 12. No change between the leaders, still Smith, Stuart Oliver, Jenkins and Stephen Powell. 2.1 seconds is now the lead gap, so slowly but surely Stuart Oliver is whittling down Ryan Smith's lead. Maybe Smith hasn't changed the setup enough for the drier conditions, who knows. Can Ryan hang on in front? He's not pulling away at his usual rate. 2.1 seconds is the gap. There's no gap at all virtually between these two. Bradley Smith being hounded by Craig Reed. He knows he's got to uphold family honour with brother Simon absent. Hopefully we'll see Simon back for the next round. Here they come down towards Church again. Then up Woodham Hill towards the chicane. John Bowler closing up as well, the number 14 MAN. His last lap time was identical to that of Reed. If anything, Michael Oliver's last lap was a second or so slower, so no wonder these four have closed up. It's two groups of four effectively in front of the field. We'll see what the lead gap is this time through. It's back up to 2.5 seconds, so Smith pulls away by a few tenths. Here comes Ricky Collett, and he's really attacked Tom O'Rourke there. Get off, says the Scotsman, over the curb, and keeps the place. That was a bit optimistic there by Ricky Collett, just bouncing off the side of Tom O'Rourke. I thought the 86 was going to be sent into a spin there. That's allowed the Division 2 field to close up, still headed by Paul Rivette in the 22. Up to the complex once again for the 6th time. Still got 6 minutes of the race to go. Tom O'Rourke, who first entered truck racing as a sponsor through his business MV Commercial after attending Convoy in the Park at Donington a few years ago. Ended up sponsoring the British Championship for a couple of years and then bought a truck and decided to have a go himself. Paul Rivette pulls away a little bit there from Adam Bint in the battle for Division 2 honours. Powell and Craig Evans has dropped back a little bit as well, the number 10. The gap is 2.5 seconds between Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, whose leader has lapped Neil Yates. Expect to have a new name in the championship here at Thruxton this weekend. We'll hopefully see him out at subsequent rounds as well. Of course, the biggest truck racing festival of the year promises to be Convoy in the Park at Donington in mid-August. There's also the firework meeting at Brands Hatch, where we'll see the champions crowned. Neil Yates moves aside there, lets Oliver and Jenkins through. Just a couple of lengths in it between those two. David Jenkins following a slightly sideways Stuart Oliver. And yes, the gap has increased by a few tenths. It's 3.2 seconds now, so increased by nearly a second on that last lap between Smith and Oliver. David Jenkins right onto the tail of the number 7. Two of the most experienced drivers in the field, 11 titles between these two. Stephen Powell behind them is a former Division 2 champion. Towards Noble they go once again. Just under 4.5 minutes remaining in this second race of 5 this weekend at Convoy on the Plain for the British Truck Racing Championship. Stephen Powell, a better run than his 8th in race 1. Although 8th place in race 1 will give him pole position for race 3 coming up tomorrow. Top 8 in race 1 are reversed on the grid for race 3. And this race will set the grid for race 4 with the top 8 reversed. So it's currently John Bowler who is in position to take the pole in Division 1. Division 2 is flipped around as well, although it wouldn't surprise me if Neil Yates chooses to start from the back as a newcomer. Here comes Ryan Smith. Daimler Freightliner if anything, sounding a little bit off song as it comes through there. But we haven't seen him pull away by any stretch from Stuart Oliver over the last couple of laps, only by a few tenths of a second, so possibly the Daimler Freightliner not at its 100% best here. We said he was having problems before the event. We heard from Flying Ryan after race 1. So no change in the order once again. Still this group fighting for 5th. Michael Oliver, Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Through the exit of the complex. John Bowler passing there, lapping Neil Yates. Bowler in 8th place behind these three. So he stands to take pole position for race 4 of the weekend. Still David Jenkins trying his hardest to get up on level terms with Stuart Oliver. There's just over 2 minutes of the race to go now. Here he comes, the MAN, the man from Stafford, up alongside the man from Northumberland. Almost alongside him. Ryan Smith continues to lead down into the chicane. His last lap was only half a second off his personal best. Stuart Oliver leans David Jenkins wide there, holds the place. Good defensive driving by Stuart Oliver. Over the line they go. The gap was 3.9 seconds. Let's see what it is this time through. It's up to 4.65 seconds. So he's pulling away slowly now, Ryan Smith. This may be last lap. We might get one more out of it. It'll be close when they cross the line next time through. We'll wait and see. Stephen Powell still there in 4th, and still this battle going on for the lead in Division 2 between Paul Rivett and Adam Bint, with John Powell shadowing their every move. Craig Evans is closed back up again as well now. Through the chicane. Over the line they go. Rivett leads by less than half a second, with 1, maybe 2 laps to go. Adam Bint getting the tighter line there through Allard. Past the pit lane exit up towards Green. And then into the complex. On the brakes. Adam Bint up the outside. Paul Rivett holds him off. Campbell. Cobb. And Seagrave. Oh, there's been some contact. Ricky Collett's got some damage. The side panel hanging off the 95. I wonder if that's with Tom O'Rourke again, as Neil Yates frantically trying to get out of the way there as his Division 2 rivals lap him. He was out onto the grass. See that bodywork hanging off the side of Ricky Collins' truck. Now, if that gets any worse, although it may well be that we're on the last lap now, he may have got the black and orange flag, and that's come into the pits to remove that bodywork. Meantime, here comes Ryan Smith. There's 20 seconds on the clock as he comes into the chicane. Now, will we get one more lap, or are we going to see the checkered flag this time? We'll have to see as he comes up to the line here. Stuart Oliver still holding back Jenkins, and Stephen Powell's catching them for 2nd place. No, just a few seconds before the clock counted to 0, so we will do one more lap. One more lap for Ryan Smith to lead. His lead's up to 5.3 seconds now. Can Stephen Powell get himself onto the podium? He's yet to win this year, the number 3. Best result he's had this year, a pair of 3rd places at Pembrey. And still they battle in Division 2. Paul Rivett's keeping his MAN in the lead. Over Adam Bint. There's a green flag signal showing there. There was a green light flashing. Has somebody stopped at the chicane? If there's a green showing, that means there's a yellow further round at the chicane. Let's just have a look at the timing screen. Has somebody come to a stop? No, I don't think so. There go the Division 2 pack. Still chasing O'Rourke and Collett at the back of Division 1. It's going to be a win for Ryan Smith for the 2nd time this weekend here at Convoy in the Park. David Jenkins up on the curb there. He's going to have one last effort to try and pass Stuart Oliver for 2nd place. We're on board with David Jenkins. He comes up Woodham Hill down towards the chicane for the last time. Stuart Oliver, just see him through the side window on the right of your screen there as they head into the chicane. Ryan Smith, meanwhile, is coming in to take the victory. Checkered flag waves for Ryan Smith. There he is. And who's going to be second? Stuart Oliver. Is he going to hang on? David Jenkins, one last blast up the inside, but Oliver hangs on. Stephen Powell will take fourth place. Less than half a second in it there. In fact, just over 1 second covered those three. Michael Oliver holds on for fifth ahead of Bradley Smith and Craig Reed. And John Bowler eighth, equaling his best ever result in Division 1. Meanwhile, Division 2, here they come. It looks like it is going to be Paul Rivette. He's led every lap virtually in Division 2 so far today. He takes his second class win. Adam Bint second ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans. Fifth place will go to Jim Bennett, and a lap down Neil Yates will be sixth. But it is Ryan Smith who takes the win. The truck sounding a bit off song there, but he wins by 6 seconds. Just ahead of Stuart Oliver, who was kept busy all the way through that race by David Jenkins. Well done, Paul Rivette, taking his second win in Division 2 to close the gap on Adam Bint in the points race. 10 laps completed there in that race number 2 of the weekend, won by Ryan Smith by 6 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver, just ahead of David Jenkins and Stephen Powell. Then a gap back to Michael Oliver in 5th ahead of Bradley Smith and Craig Reed. They were battling all race long. John Bowler 8th ahead of Simon Faulkner, and then Tom O'Rourke and the rather battered Ricky Collins. 12th place for Paul Rivette. He wins Division 2 ahead of Adam Bint, John Powell, then Craig Evans, Jim Bennett and Neil Yates. Ryan Smith with fastest lap of the race in Division 1. We'll await confirmation of who was quickest lap in Division 2 when the results come in. Next up on track today are trucks, but of a slightly smaller kind. Pickup trucks, to be precise. First of 3 races this weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, and they're certainly not the pickup trucks you might see your local tradesperson driving around in, laden with building materials and such like. They are highly tuned racing machines with either 2.3 or 2.5 litre engines, depending on the make. I think it's 2.3 for a Vauxhall and 2.5 for a Ford, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah, 2.3 litre Vauxhall engines and Ford engines are 2.5 litres. Very highly tuned, the pickups. They had their qualifying session this morning, and things go slightly different. If you've seen the Pickup Truck Championship before, then you'll know that the way they grid them is that Part 1 of the qualifying session sets the grid for race 1 and Part 2 for race 2, but in each race the top 6 fastest times are flipped around. So if you qualify 6th, you start on pole. And that's what we're going to see very shortly, but I'm sure first of all we will hear from a few of our truck racers with Pointy down in Parc Fermé fairly shortly.
And here we are, back down in Parc Fermé after the second and last race here at Thruxton Circuit. We see the Division 1 top 3 pulling in with another brilliant win for Ryan Smith, of course. Arnie, Cheap Mechanic, running in to speak to them. Let's go this time though and have a little chat to the Division 2 drivers as they pull in further back. We see over here in the distance we've got Bradley Smith and Craig Evans. What a battle we saw. These two tussling in and out, forward and back with the entire race. We'll look further back now. Where is it? We've got John Bowler, Simon Faulkner with a good result. It looks like we're trying something different today, filling the guys in from the outside first. We're going to wait for the Division 2s to come up the inside by the looks of it. So if we head back down this way here, they're waving in Tom O'Rourke now in the 86, Brewhoff and MV Commercial sponsored MAN, followed behind by Ricky Collett. We spoke to him earlier on, and what a heritage he's got in the racing scene of the trucks. And of course, here he comes, Paul Rivette in the Napa Racing liveried MAN. Quite an attractive unit is the MAN. Of course, Craig Evans. Hi, Craig. Let's talk to Craig whilst we're waiting. Craig Evans, fresh out the cab. Is it as warm as it in there as it is out here?
Yeah, but that was why I back off. I was behind Bradley, really giving it some. Obviously, gave him a little nibble. And, he started going 94, 95, 96, and I had to back off, let the truck cool down. It's so humid, it's just unbearable. But the truck, yeah, tonight we need to do some more cooling mods because I was just getting too hot behind Bradley.
Is there? I know that, you know, boy racers, not to say you are one, they squirt water on their intercoolers. Is that something you're allowed to do, or something you could do?
Yeah, that's what we have, like 3 nozzles on the intercooler, 2 on the radiator, and we've got all ducting. But I was that engrossed with Bradley. I looked down, saw 94, 95. Well, nothing's worth taking the engine. I don't like going too hot with it, but it's the sun isn't really out, but it's that humid.
It's very clammy, isn't it? Yeah.
We had a really, to be fair, we just stayed together. I felt I was a little bit quicker, but to put a move on would have ended in disaster.
It was so close. We saw you look for that gap so many times, and it was like, oh, is he going to do it? No, he shut the door on him again.
Yeah, no, it was good. To be fair, we're all so close, like the young ones, if you want to call us. Yeah. So close, but I really needed it to rain to compromise the others.
I think you might have made it past then.
The rain is what I'll just love it. Absolutely love it.
Well, fantastic job, Craig. Well done. What a battle. We enjoyed that thoroughly. We appear to have lost Adam Bint already. Let's see if you can squeeze through here without losing your ankles. Binty's over there. And we got John over there as well. We've got, honestly, they're like a fart in a colander, these drivers. You never get them where you want them. John Powell descending down now from his dash. Just pull this over. John looking over the truck, just making sure. Seems to is everything okay? You look quite concerned then by the truck.
Yeah, it's getting hot.
I think everybody's getting hot. It's a very weird weather at the moment.
It is very much so. But it's definitely Thruxton, but the gauge is right up, the water level's right up, so it's not looking promising. So.
Well, all the drivers are looking quite warm as well. Yeah. I know we just spoke to Craig, and he was having a few issues with the heat as well, getting on the engine.
That's just wet look gel.
You can see it running down your face. Well, John, we'll let you get back to the garage. Good job on the result. I'm going to throw it back to Dave in the studio now, and we'll see what else is going on here at Thruxton in these very warm conditions.
Well, what's going on next, Pointy, is pickup truck racing, and the trucks, by the sound of it, are already on their way to the grid. It will be a rolling start and then a race over 14 laps. Very, very close racing indeed. A lot of these drivers are ex-short oval hot rod racers, and they certainly know how to race side by side. As we explained, qualifying this morning, and then the top 6 in the times were flipped around. So Tom Hutchins, number 29, qualified 6th. He starts on pole alongside number 89, Chris Brockhurst, his best ever position on the grid. Second row, number 41, Aaron Thompson, the Clio racer. We used to see him in the Brick Car Trophy alongside championship leader 83 Dale Gents. Row 3, number 65 Mark Willis, the most experienced man on the grid, alongside 93 Michael Smith. Then on the 4th row, 52 of Daniel Fisher. Change of number for him this weekend, starts alongside the 71 of Simon Ward. 84 Matt Moore on row 5 alongside reigning champion Rhys Jones back in 10th in the number 40. Row 6, 68 Eric Bolton and 37 Neil Tressler, good qualifying effort by him. Row 7 is number 72 Alan Cooper, previously a winner on the Mile Oval at Mallory Park, alongside number 30 ex-British touring car man Matt Simpson. Row 8 is number 12 Paul Tompkins alongside number 2, which is Jamie Liptrotz. Row 9 is 21 Dean Tompkins, son of Paul. He lines up alongside the 13 of Rich Ayling. Number 3 of Jeff Simpson alongside the 5 of James Goldstraw, and 25 Russell Smith completes the grid. So that's your grid lineup then. Now, we mentioned a number change for 52 Daniel Fisher, and that is in memory of his granddad, Alan Fisher, who raced the number 52 pickup back in the early days of pickup racing in the UK in the late 90s. Alan sadly passed away recently, and Dan racing under his granddad's number in tribute this weekend. Race in peace, 52 Alan Fisher. He's actually swapped numbers with James Goldstraw, who's out in the number 5 at the back of the grid. But it is the number 29 of ex-saloon car racer Tom Hutchins, who takes the pole in his Ford truck alongside the Vauxhall of number 89 Chris Brockhurst, one of many ex-hot rod racers on the grid. It is the Ford Focus pace car in position, ready to lead them round for a rolling start. 65 Mark Willis will be one to watch here. He starts on the inside of row 3, the red and blue number 65. That truck actually caught fire here at Thruxton. You may remember in very hot conditions last season. Jamie Liptrot, number 2, who's further back on the grid, he also suffered a fire last year, so they'll be aiming to avoid any repeats here. The championship is led by number 83 there in the Dale Earnhardt lookalike. That's Dale Gents, and he's nearly 100 points clear of the number 40 of Rhys Jones. So Rhys Jones is back in 10th on the grid, the very pink livery truck. Third in the points is number 72 Alan Cooper, and he's quite a long way down, the black and green truck there. He had a couple of wins last season on the Mallory Park 1 mile oval. Of course, oval racing very much in the ethos of pickups. They used to race on the 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northamptonshire. We do hope that Rockingham reopens someday. 25 there at the back is Russell Smith, driving, I think, the ex-Paul Jones number 82 truck. Also in there we've got the Tompkins father and son team, Paul and Dean. There they are, 12 and 21. Number 3 is Jeff Simpson. His son Matt is out in number 30. Seen him take a couple of wins at Brands Hatch earlier this season, the ex-British touring car race winner. In position then, ready for the rolling start. This will be a 14-lap race. Aaron Thompson could be in with a chance here. This race with his dad in their Renault Clio. They nearly won the Brick Car Trophy title a season or two ago in their Clio. There's number 5, that's James Goldstraw, swapping numbers with Dan Fisher. Number 13 is Richard Ayling. Also in there we've got 84 Matthew Moore in what I believe is the ex-George Taricki truck, the ex-champion. He's now gone back into National Hot Rods on the short ovals, where a few of these drivers have raced in the past. A few others have come from saloon car racing. Simon Ward, number 71, the ex-classic touring car racer, used to race a Vauxhall Astra GTE. But we're ready then for the start of the first of 3 pickup truck championship races this weekend. This will be a 14-lap race. The pace car into pit lane. There's nearly a bit of bump drafting there already as they head up towards the red lights. This is going to be an absolute cracker. We're underway with pickup trucks. Race number 1. Here they go down towards the first corner, and it's 29 of Tom Hutchins who has the lead. Chris Brockhurst getting pushed wide there. Bit of contact from Aaron Thompson. I think that was in the 41. I thought Brockhurst was going to be sent into a spin there, but they've managed to survive it. It's Brockhurst who's got the lead around the outside, ahead of Hutchins in second. Dale Gent in the black, number 83, coming through into third, the championship leader. Richard Ayling running wide there at the back in the 13. Also up there on the outside, Michael Smith in the number 93, former 2 times champion, the man from the northeast of England. He's got ahead of Gent around the outside. Fantastic sight they make, these racing pickup trucks. This is probably as close as it gets to NASCAR in the UK. Of course, there's the Craftsman trucks, or Camping World trucks as they've been sponsored, effectively the 3rd division of NASCAR in the USA. One of the few British drivers to have raced in them was ex-Eurocar racer Steve Hodgson. He got into the lower divisions of NASCAR, and off go 2 trucks. That's 68 Eric Bolton and the 37 of Neil Tressler. Certainly the unluckiest man in the field, Neil Tressler, after his best qualifying effort of the season. He spun to the back. Eric Bolton, the ex-saloon car racer, is off on the outside at Village. Alan Cooper holding off Mark Willis. Here comes Paul Tompkins. He's raced hot rods. He's been World Banger Racing champion as well. And was a few years ago at the Ipswich Oval. Dean Tompkins, his son, who still races bangers on occasions, mainly at Arlington Stadium in Sussex, is in there too. There's Jeff Simpson, the number 3. That's the ex-Roger Dormer truck, I believe he's driving. Used to be number 7. Side by side with James Goldstraw and Richard Ayling. So your leader at the conclusion of lap 1 was Aaron Thompson, just ahead of Chris Brockhurst. Let's have a look as they come into the complex. Yes, it's Thompson who's taken the lead, ahead of Brockhurst, Hutchins, Smith, Gents. And up into 6th is Rhys Jones, number 40, started back in 10th, last year's champion. Paul Tompkins is next, and into the pits comes Matt Simpson. Problems for the number 30. That's the Isuzu bodied truck. They said they use Ford or Vauxhall engines, these machines, as they start to sort themselves out around this high-speed Thruxton Circuit. There's Michael Smith, the Offshore Fuels number 93, side by side with the number 40. It's Alias Smith and Jones for 5th position, and Jones getting a wheel onto the grass there. Tom Hutchins running well, used to race a Honda Civic with his family, including in the CSCC Tin Tops, also down at Brands Hatch in their Tin Tops series, the Cannons Motor Spares series. But Aaron Thompson, number 41, looking for what I think will be his first ever pickup truck race victory if he can stay out in front. Chris Brockhurst, what a great run he's having up there in 2nd. Began his career at Ringwood Raceway in Hampshire, if I remember rightly, in their hot rods, as the number 2 truck of Jamie Liptrot gets a bit of a punt coming out of the chicane there, a bit of bump drafting as they head over the line. That was from Dean Tompkins in the 21, so Liptrot running well up there in the top 10, but Dean Tompkins got through to 9th. Dale Gent side by side with Rhys Jones, his championship rival. It's Gent who leads the points ahead of Jones and Alan Cooper. Michael Smith is 4th in the standings. Aaron Thompson, our leader, is only 9th in the championship at the moment. Look at the way they're sliding around, coming off the turns. Dale Gent in the 83. Another graduate of the short ovals. His father, Mark, was a successful hot rod racer in the UK and in the Netherlands. Dale's raced hot rods, lightning rods, and also used to do the classic Thunder Saloons in a very modified Subaru Impreza a few years ago, I remember. Out at the back of the circuit, chasing Chris Brockhurst. Rhys Jones up into 4th position now, Hutchins down to 5th. Here comes the 12 of Paul Tompkins, rising his way through the order very nicely indeed. Didn't have the best of times in qualifying, only started 15th as Dale Gent up the inside will take 2nd into the chicane, swiftly followed by Rhys Jones. Dale Gent in the black Dale Earnhardt tribute livery, the NASCAR legend who sadly lost his life at the Daytona 500 in 2001. One of the all-time greats of NASCAR, Dale Earnhardt, along with the likes of Jeff Gordon, Richard Petty and company. Through they come, wiggling about a bit there. Matthew Moore in number 84, the ex-Space Rain Ford Escort racer, as Michael Smith spins at the complex. May have had a bit of contact with Tom Hutchins there. The 93 of Michael Smith, the former 2-time champion, spins out, and he's got it all to do again through the field. Rhys Jones up there in the number 40 having a go at Dale Gent. He goes through at Noble, up into 2nd place. Well, Rhys Jones struggled a bit in qualifying. He only lined up 10th on the grid. Another ex-Honda Civic racer, used to race in the Saloon Series at Brands Hatch, the man from Herne Bay in Kent. Chasing now Aaron Thompson from Romford in Essex. His father Steve was one of the pioneers of the Eurocar series, the space frame Ford Mondeo bodied machines in the late 90s. Let's see if Aaron can hang on in front here. Jones and Gent, 2 of the quickest men in pickups, closing him down. We're only on to lap 5 of the 14. Paul Tompkins has come through into 2nd, 15th into 4th rather, 15th to 4th in the first 4 laps. Impressive from Paul. Chris Brockhurst down to 5th, then it's Alan Cooper, he's risen through nicely as well. 7th is Hutchins from the pole position, 8th is Dean Tompkins, and now Rhys Jones really attacking for the lead of the race. He gets a bit crossed up there coming through Cobb. This is great stuff. Out of the complex, Alan Cooper flicks the tail out on the 72. Tom Hutchins in the 29 is next. Dale Gent attacking Rhys Jones now. Rhys Jones was just about to try and have a go at Aaron Thompson for the lead, but now he's got his mirrors full of the championship leader, number 83, Dale Gent. Just looking down the points chart, unfortunately we lost Dan Fisher at the start of the race, the 52, retired on the opening lap. That's a great shame. Dan racing in tribute to Alan this weekend. We've also lost, of course, we saw Matt Simpson into the pits. Never mind that, because Aaron Thompson's under intense pressure here, coming down into the chicane. Rhys Jones goes to the outside on the entry. Can he get the overlap here through the chicane? Side by side. Ooh, the slightest bit of contact there. Thompson goes over the curb. Nowhere else he could go really there. Keeps the lead. And that loss of momentum for Jones is going to allow Gent to come through. And look at Paul Tompkins. From the 8th row of the grid, he's up to 3rd now. Rhys Jones goes down to 4th, and he's back to square one. Now, can the 41 of Aaron Thompson build his lead again? Jones back up the inside. Instant retake on Paul Tompkins for 3rd. Oh, Thompson's run wide. Coming into the complex. Dale Gent's up alongside him. And somehow Aaron Thompson has kept his lead. This is allowing Jones back into it though. And surely the loss of momentum for Thompson there is going to allow Dale Gent up alongside into Noble. The championship leader takes the lead of the race. Aaron Thompson, I think the pressure just got to him a little there coming through the complex. And now Rhys Jones is going to have a go for 2nd place in this pulsating first race of the weekend for the pickups. Thompson wide. Oh, you don't want to be running onto the grass at that speed. As I say that, goodness me, Alan Cooper, how did you save that one? That's the save of the season in the background there from Alan Cooper. How did he not spin out there? I was just saying, at the speed they're doing through there, first Thompson and then Cooper, I think that's going to be a change of underwear needed for both of them. Dale Gent now leads, his championship rival Rhys Jones behind him, the defending champion. Paul Tompkins 5th in the points, 3rd in the race. Thompson's still there in 4th in the 41. And here comes Alan Cooper, who not only is still going, he's challenging Chris Brockhurst and goes through into 5th place. What a recovery. Things settling down again slightly. Next in the order is Tom Hutchins, the pole sitter, the number 29. There's Dean Tompkins, Tompkins the younger behind him, and number 2 Jamie Liptrot's running well, the man whose truck went up in flames at Thruxton last season. Completing the top 10 is the 84, that's Matthew Moore. And then behind him Simon Ward, the ex-Classic Saloon racer. 12th is Michael Smith, recovering from a spin earlier on as Paul Tompkins throws it sideways. Driving like they're on a short oval. Side by side for the lead. Rhys Jones to the inside. He's going through at Church Corner, is he? Is he? Still side by side. Gent keeps his foot in. We said they like to race side by side, these pickup racers. And Jones is going to have the inside line for the first element of the chicane. And surely is going to take the lead from Dale Gent. From P10 on the grid, P1 in the race for Rhys Jones. Great drive. Still plenty of laps to go yet. We're only just past halfway in this first race of the weekend for the pickups. There's 2 more where this came from. There's Hutchins being reeled in by Dean Tompkins and Jamie Liptrot. Looking further back in the order, we've got Jeff Simpson 13th, then it's James Goldstraw, Eric Bolton having rejoined after his first lap spin, Richard Ayling, Neil Tressler, Mark Willis is down in 18th place. We didn't see what happened to him. He's plummeted down the order. I don't think he hasn't made a pit stop, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there, whether he had a spin out of our sight or whether he's got a problem. Just have a quick look at his lap times there, Mark Willis. No, he's lapping relatively on the pace. No, his last lap was a 1:34, so maybe he has got a problem. There's James Goldstraw, the purple and gold number 5, chased by Eric Bolton. He's raced saloons in the likes of Ford Fiestas and Honda Civics in recent years, and smoke. That's from number 2, Jamie Liptrot. Don't tell me history's about to repeat itself from 12 months ago. We all know what's happened last year. Dean Tompkins ahead there of Liptrot, and then we've got Tom Hutchins, who's dropped back again a couple of places. Yeah, Jamie Liptrot's in trouble, that's engine smoke. Here's the fight between Bolton and the number 5, which is James Goldstraw. Comes from Newbury in Berkshire. Jamie Liptrot in the Able Roofing of Suffolk, number 2. Comes to Ipswich. Probably uses a pickup if he works as a roofer. I think his roof tiles would be a bit broken if he transported them in this pickup, though. Now that pickup is definitely smoking. Into the complex behind Chris Brockhurst, who runs wide onto the runoff area. Liptrot makes up another place. Hutchins is going to go through as well. Chris Brockhurst, after his good effort early on, briefly led on the first lap, is dropping back. Still your leader is Rhys Jones by just under half a second ahead of Dale Gents there. In turn, a further half second clear of Paul Tompkins. Aaron Thompson is 4th, and then there's this fight for 5th. Alan Cooper, and where's Dean Tompkins going? He's going off, that's where he's going, onto the grass. I don't know what happened there. He seemed to briefly lose his brakes there, Dean Tompkins. Keep an eye on the 21, that's a sign of problems, I think. Here are the leaders. And Dale Gent is not finished yet in the number 83. They're coming up on a back marker, I think, there as well. Yes, number 25, that's Russell Smith. Local man from Andover, moves over, lets them through. Up over the line they come. 9 laps completed, 5 to go. In the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, race number 1. Rhys Jones leads, whoa, sideways there through Allard. Are his tyres going off, I wonder? Gent in 2nd. He pulled away again from Paul Tompkins, though Tompkins has the fastest lap of the race, 1:24.795. And Aaron Thompson, who led the first few laps, keeping a watching brief in 4th. Now Dale Gents throwing it around sideways. Liptrot is up to 6th behind Alan Cooper, so whatever's smoking isn't slowing him down. It's Dean Tompkins, that mistake cost him 3 places on that last lap. He's down to 9th. Still going though. Two leaders out on the back of the circuit. This is lap 10. Still just the 2 retirements of Simpson and Fisher further back. There's Liptrot. That's Russell Smith, the back marker, and 3 wide behind him. Look at this. Oh, look out, Russell Smith. They go either side of him. That was a bit scary. Brockhurst got back ahead of Dean Tompkins, and Tom Hutchins in behind them as a result of all that. That could have been very nasty if they hadn't seen Russell Smith ahead of them there. He didn't know where to go. Stay in the middle and hope for the best. Brockhurst up the inside, retakes the 21 of Dean Tompkins. After that brief off earlier on, he's still going. Tom Hutchins, the pole sitter in behind them, is now in 9th place. Rhys Jones continues to lead. Tompkins back up the inside, trying to retake Chris Brockhurst. Through goes Tompkins Jr. His father still in 3rd place. There's Cooper and Liptrot ahead of them as Brockhurst goes wide onto the runoff area. He's done that before. And yeah, Dean Tompkins, there's something amiss with the handling of that 21. It's sliding around everywhere. They're going to go either side of him. Look at this. 3 wide completely into Noble. That's not going to work, surely. Tompkins is the piggy in the middle there. And who's going to come out of this in front? It's going to be Tom Hutchins. He's made up 2 places. Good move, Tom Hutchins. Brockhurst now shuffled back to 9th. And instantly Hutchins runs wide, coming out through Village. Oh, Paul Tompkins slowing down. I caught a glimpse on the left there of the 12 car. We're told he's been off. Out of our view there. Paul Tompkins went onto the grass, so him and his son have both been off in the same place, so that's why he's dropped back. I thought he had a problem there, but no, he's recovering after an off, the number 12, so that's going to give Aaron Thompson 3rd. There's Mark Willis, his truck is hobbled, he's been lapped, so he has got a problem, that's why he dropped back so suddenly. Paul Tompkins getting in his son Dean's way here. So he's down to 6th as a result of that grassy moment. It's Aaron Thompson 3rd. There he is in the background behind our 2 leaders. Alan Cooper's up to 4th and Jamie Liptrot is 5th. This could be one of his best showings this year so far. Rhys Jones with 3 laps including this one left to run. There goes Michael Smith further back, we caught a glimpse of. He's down to 10th after his spin earlier on. There's Eric Bolton, the grey truck, still going. The Tompkins father and son duo together. They'll be working together here to protect 6th and 7th places. Paul on the inside, Dean on the outside, Tom Hutchins behind them. Then Chris Brockhurst. And again, Dean Tompkins sideways. Sponsored by JTech Auto Servicing and Repairs. I think it's going to need a bit of servicing, that truck, after this race. There's clearly something amiss with its handling. Still the four of them fight it out. Still Rhys Jones, though, has the lead ahead of Dale Jents. As Dean Tompkins makes a move on his father Paul for 6th place up the inside of the chicane. The grid for race 3 is set by the aggregate of the 2 heat races, if you like, but again with the top 6 reversed. Part 2 of qualifying sets the grid for race 2, which is tomorrow morning, again with the top 6 flipped around to make things more interesting. Less than 2 laps to go now for Rhys Jones. He leads by 0.7 of a second ahead of Gent, Thompson, Cooper and Liptron. We concentrate on this fight for 6th position. Tompkins family at war. It's Dean who has the place at the moment, but he's gone wide again. Hutchins and Brockhurst behind them. Completing the top 10 further back is Michael Smith. Then it's Matthew Moore, who used to race the Space Frame RSRS Court in special saloons, Matthew Moore. Then Simon Ward ahead of Bolton, Jeff Simpson, Goldstraw, Tressler, Ayling, the struggling Mark Willis, then Russell Smith, the final runner. Leaders coming up to start their final lap. Here they are, through the chicane. Over the line they go. The last lap board is out for Rhys Jones from Kent, ahead of Berkhamsted's Dale Gent. These two, the championship protagonists, are they're nearly 300 points clear of Alan Cooper at the top of the points. And Paul Tompkins again trying to make a move. He forces Dean over the curb, and Tom Hutchins says, "Okay, I'll try and pass both of you if you're going to squabble like this." Talk about family ties being ditched. Dean Tompkins moves across. "Excuse me," he says there to Tom Hutchins, cuts his nose off, almost literally. Chris Brockhurst getting involved as well. And now Dean's run wide again. He knows his handling's off in that 21 truck. But that was a bit of a cheeky move there on Tom Hutchins, cutting across him into Allard. Nearly forced him into the pit lane exit. Well, Rhys Jones looks like he's heading for victory. Close the gap a little on Dale Gent, his rival in the points chart. Here they come into the chicane for the last time. Gent's not going to get there. And Rhys Jones in the number 40 from the 5th row of the grid takes the win. Dale Gent second. Good race between those two. It's going to be an excellent 3rd place for the early leader, Aaron Thompson, who's a bit squirrely there out of the chicane. He takes 3rd ahead of Alan Cooper. 5th is going to be Jamie Liptrot, and still this fight going on for 6th. And Dean Tompkins has been shuffled back. He's lost a couple of places there. Paul Tompkins will be 6th. 7th is Hutchins, the pole man. 8th is Chris Brockhurst, and Dean Tompkins ends up 9th. Michael Smith rounds out the top 10. Ahead of Matthew Moore in the yellow truck, ahead of Simon Ward, then Eric Bolton, and the rest of them. Winning margin of just over half a second for Jones ahead of Gents. Jeff Simpson, the veteran, comes home. I remember him racing national hot rods when I was a small boy at Hensford Raceway in the 90s. Further back in the order, James Goldstraw has taken 5th position. There he is. 15th position, I should say. Neil Tressler 16th. He was unlucky to spin out on the first lap. Richard Ayling will be the last man on the lead lap. Mark Willis finishes a lap down. Problems for him. And Russell Smith will be the final finisher because we lost Matt Simpson into the pits at the end of lap 1. See his truck there, the white truck on the left. And sadly we lost Dan Fisher on the opening lap. Provisional result then, the win going to Rhys Jones, the reigning champion, ahead of the points leader Dale Gent by 0.58 of a second. Aaron Thompson, a fine podium, having led the early going. Alan Cooper surviving a leery moment at Church Corner for 4th, and Jamie Liptrot in 5th. Good result for him after his problems at Thruxton last season. Paul Tompkins topping that Titanic battle for 6th, ahead of Tom Hutchins, Chris Brockhurst, Dean Tompkins and Michael Smith. Then Moore, Ward, Bolton, Jeff Simpson. The other finishers Goldstraw, Tressler, Ayling, Willis and Russell Smith, Matt Simpson and Dan Fisher, 2 retirements. 2 races to go here at Thruxton today. Next up we race 2 for the Cumho BMW Championship. The grid based on the results of race 1 earlier on. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé first of all.
So we're down here now with John Bowler in his very nice looking truck. It's new for this year. You put a lot of time and effort into this truck. John, tell us more about what we've got this year.
So we've got ex-winning Division 1 truck from last year. It's Ryan Smith's old truck for the end of the season. So we bought it as a chassis cab. We've gone to great extents over the winter to build it, replace parts, get ourselves into ready for a new season and a new division.
There's a lot to do on these things, isn't there? People think you just change some tyres and stick them on the circuit. It doesn't work like that, does it?
No, we've been non-stop since December until the week before we were racing.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. Now, we've been asking guys up and down the paddock this weekend about their first ever British truck race that they raced in. I have to keep clarifying that. Michael Oliver didn't get it. He just said, I went when I was 9. I'm like, no.
It was special.
He was, well, I know he is, bless him. Yeah, so when was your first race?
Brands Hatch 2016.
And how did that go for you?
We went out, the first testing session, the truck brake stuck on, so we were sat outside the paddock, couldn't move. Second testing session we went out and everyone went past us, so we thought, oh my god, we're doing terrible here. Turns out we were racing with the Division 1s, which was quite a surprise. Went out for qualifying and qualified 3rd. So yeah, it was impressive. So first race we went out and I think the gearbox failed actually, but it was.
I'm not surprised. I mean, you've got a history of slinging these things around Brands Hatch. I mean, we saw you earlier on in your career and you drove them hard.
Yeah, I'm well known for catchphrase, drive it like you stole it. I don't know where that came from.
Well, someone must have watched you driving in the past, I think. Now, tell us more about what the truck is, what make is it, what engine have we got? You know, of course, we haven't really got a badge on the front that I can see. So what are we looking at here?
This is an MAN race-built Division 1 truck. It was ex-FIA European truck built by, I think it was Jochen. I think its actual name's Diana.
Diana? Ah, okay.
Apparently so. So, yeah. Raced it, started its life up in Europe and then came into the British Championships. It's done several years in the British and it's now come to a merry place of Stockport in England.
It's crazy really that the heritage that these things have. Imagine if they had service booklets and you could go through them and find out where they've been and what they've done. It's just mental, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Now you very kindly offered to show us around the cab, haven't you? So can we have a look inside? Yeah, okay, after you. Let's move on round. I'll let you climb on in, John. I'll go from behind, so you can see it's a bit of a climb to get into the cab. Now very quickly then, can you see okay down there, John boy? Brilliant. Oh, fantastic. We got a thumbs up from John Boy. So very quickly around the cockpit, I suppose, with all of these controls, we've got where a steering wheel would normally go, is that right?
That's correct. So we have a removable steering wheel because it's very tight in here, so we can get in and out. So that locks in, removable, so we're nice and safe.
Nice.
We run a fully recordable, hands-free 4-way camera system, which was installed by JH Installs in Manchester.
Wow, I mean, you literally can see all the way around the entire truck, can't you, with that?
That's correct. We've even got a camera internally, so as we're going around the track, the lads in the pits can see what's happening. If we're having any issues, they can see the front, the back, both sides of the vehicle, so they've effectively got like a live action playing as we're out racing.
So that's why drivers sometimes don't notice what's going on in front of them, because they're looking at every other angle but.
That's it, yeah. I mean, throughout the race, we've got to keep on top of our water temperature, brake temperature. That's fully adjustable from here.
Yeah, so of course, a few people that have been following the British trucks for a while now are obviously aware that we water cool the brakes. So walk us through. We're going along. We're mid-race now. Everything's getting warm. Everything's getting hot. What are you looking at? What are you twisting and pushing and all sorts?
So on the dash we run 4 brake temperature sensors, which work the 2 back brakes and the 2 front brakes. So we notice if we get hot spots in the wheels, as in if one brake is getting warmer than the other. From that I can work out if I'm going to get brake fade because the brakes are getting too warm. So how I'll work that is I run the 2 knobs here. That one's for the front brake and that one's for the rear brakes. For the water, and I can then turn the water pressure up, which will increase the water flow onto the brakes, and cool them down faster, which will improve the braking efficiency of the vehicle.
Which, of course, is completely backwards to any other vehicle on the road. If you put water on the brakes, you're in trouble, really.
That's it, yeah. And any other race car or any other championship don't generally run water or have to deal with this mid-race. So.
That's insane. So then back to the actual drivability of the truck. What are we looking at? The RPM, oil, boost. What's on this screen over here?
So we have a CAN bus system, which is run through this 3 different handsets here. They operate your lights, your water brakes, your pressures, your rear rain light, your indicators, your horn. So whilst we're going through the race, if someone's in the way, I need to give them a beep on the horn. I can do that. You don't really have time to look, so you've got to sort of memorise where everything is.
So let's just get this straight. You're doing 100 miles an hour in something that weighs over 5 tonnes in weight, and at the same time as trying to avoid other trucks and get past the ones in front of you, you're having to pilot this thing, watch pressures, sort out the water pressure on the brakes to up and lower the amount of spray. There's so much involved. And how do you actually change gear? I mean, how do you drive the damn thing?
So we run a ZF gearbox, which is a 4/4. So we've got 4 gears in high, 4 gears in low. Generally during a race, we're in Thruxton especially, we're only using 1 gear. So we're in top cog and you don't need to worry about them for the rest of the race.
Just control the whole thing on the revs all the way around.
That's it, yeah. We run a petrol feeder engine, which is bought from a rental agreement from Spain. Really great engine, very powerful, on tap, so you've got 1200 horsepower with a touch of a pedal.
Wow, that is just insane. And of course, enough onboard cameras to start your own film company.
Yeah, quite. Not too bad. So we've also got additional cameras here, so we can see over the back if there's any issues around the engine bay or if there's been any damage throughout the race, and I can get an overview of what's gone on, and if I need to make a snap decision as in something drastic's going to happen, I can do that through seeing what's happening on the onboard cameras.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. So that is, of course, a quick look around the truck itself. Back down here now, John, I've got to tell you, that was a fantastic dismount. That was an incredible dismount. We'll wait for the other John to dismount also, and let's have a look at the engine now, shall we? Which, of course, is a little larger than what you'd see under the bonnet of your car at home. So talk us through, of course, what this is that we're looking at. We've obviously got a huge chassis which comes through the entire vehicle front to back. How are these things built? I mean, they're all very similar in a way, aren't they?
That's correct. So they move from a standard truck, the engine is generally mounted underneath the cab. What we do is we move the engine back so the central of gravity is lower to the ground and it's more central between the wheels, so it allows you to have better cornering
It's as I say, it's interesting that people look at these things. I mean, people look at lorries on the motorway without a trailer on the back and they go, oh, it looks like it's going to fall over. And when, you explain to them actually that, 70 to 80% of the entire weight of the vehicle is probably below chest height, it's incredible. So what engine are we looking at? Because there are different engines in the championship. We see some that look like this, and then some which have got, silver headers on them and stuff like that. Now, I know what they're called, but tell the people at home what the difference is.
So this is an MAN D28 Petrofeeder engine, D26, sorry, Petrofeeder engine. We've run this for the first year this year, and we plan on using it for the next few years. There are similar options available that run in the championship. Some are a little bit more horsepower, so they have a bit of an advantage in comparison, but then they don't always have the reliability.
So you're squeezing them a bit too hard sometimes?
Possibly, yeah. But I mean, with what we're doing and how we're set up, it suits us and the way our team's set up.
Now, with regards to cost, obviously, why doesn't everybody have a D26?
Cost is quite extensive. I've got to thank the sponsors first up. That's every one of them, which is displayed in our livery. If it wasn't for all of them, we wouldn't be here today. So it's very important just to make that clear that it is heavily reliant on sponsors and the people we're working with throughout the year.
It's important to mention that, definitely. I mean, that the whole sport in general would be very difficult to do without the support of, outside entities such as sponsors. They really do make it possible for people at home to enjoy, as well as the drivers able to enjoy it whilst racing. So let's just go through a couple of the components then on the engine at the back. So we've obviously got the block itself. And then we've probably got some kind of ECU looking at with all these connectors on, is that right?
That's correct. So we've got the main engine with it's a common rail system. We've got the ECU on the side. We've also got, if you look towards the front, we've got an intercooler which is set up vertically, so it has
Getting better every time. Getting better every time. Right then, let's have a look. Who finished the line? Third place in Division 2. And ladies and gentlemen, make sure someone's mixed up. Trophies have gone the wrong way around, but it's okay. Put your hands together for John Powell, please, ladies and gentlemen. I will come around and change the trophies because that's just race one, but we'll swap them. Thank you, John. We'll swap them around in a minute. Positions are right, the big number's correct, that's all that really matters. Right then, and in second place, make some noise for Adam Finn, ladies and gentlemen. Very good job, sir. There we go. Oh, don't drop the hat. My bad, sorry. Again, pre-adjusted hats. Hopefully they should go straight on the noggins. And it doesn't really matter which one you get way around because Paul Rivette takes first place, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Just have to put them the other way round on the shelf when you get back to the camp. Right then, get your videos, your pictures, hold those trophies up high and make some noise for your Division 2 top 3. That's when you cheer at that bit, yeah. Right then, let's have, can we hear that again? Let's make some noise for your Division 2 top 3. There we go. Well done, John. And what were your thoughts on the race? Noise. There was noise. There's a lot of it here now. More noise than there was then. Close. Sweaty. I think we can all agree it was sweaty. Another round of applause for Division 2 top 3. Thank you very much. And on to Division 1. Coming in third place, please, to number 69 MAN. It's Dave Jenkins. Very good, sir. Jolly good show. Thank you. And in second place, his first podium since turning the big 6-0. Put your hands together. Stuart Oliver. He's had 4 birthday parties, 3 surprises, 7 happy birthdays. So he's going to have his trophy and stand there quiet like a good boy, aren't you? Well done. And here to take his first place trophy by himself, ladies and gentlemen, is Ryan Smith. Thank you for joining us, sir. Very good, well done, well done. today. Look at that. I'm so pleased I adjusted the Velcro. I told you I should adjust the Velcro, right? Now make some noise for Division 1 top 3 for the race 2 here at Thruxton. See, that's how you're supposed to do it. And what do we think of that race, Dave?
Too short.
Too short. How short is it?
Too long.
Too long? Well, I've never had that complaint.
Just in the middle.
Oh, it's just right, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. Thank you very much. That's all we've got time for today here at Thruxton Circuit, but we've got show trucks, we've got live music, and we've got lots to see and do if you're staying with us tonight. But thank you for joining us here on Saturday. We'll see you back here tomorrow, bright and early, for more British truck racing action.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.